you don't have to worry about that stuff. We talk to all these Weather Service offices, and we just want to have you covered, and that's what we do here. So, again, heads up for those of you in the southern part of Choctaw County, mainly south of Butler, for this area of rotation that's just north of U.S. Highway 84, north of Gretna, Mississippi. And again, that will be crossing over into southwest Alabama's Choctaw County and then ultimately crossing Highway 17. That's that main north-south route through the far, far western side of Alabama. Again, this is the county line here. This is Washington County. This is Choctaw County. And if you follow Highway 17, you go up through Butler and then York and Livingston, and you wind up in Florence, ultimately up in the northwestern part of the state. That's a long run. Again, the Tombigbee River is right here, and this is Clarke County right here. So again, if you're in Clarke County, we'll watch that carefully. In fact, John Oldshoe is, I want to say John is going to Thomasville. Is that the deal?
That's right, James. He's heading for Thomasville.
Okay, so we've got Kevin Henderson, who is in Demopolis, and we've got John Oldshoe that will be in Thomasville. And it doesn't matter what hour of the day or night, we got your back, all right? That's the whole point of us being here. So again, thank you for watching tonight, and we'll carry this. So here's what the Weather Service in Mobile is going to do. They are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Choctaw, Washington, and a part of Clarke counties. Not a tornado warning. And I think that's the right call. It's not really a classic tornado signature here. So the tornado warning for Wayne County, Mississippi will be going away, replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Choctaw, Washington, and Clarke counties. And there's your new warning here. So we'll kind of expand it out. The northern edge of the polygon is right at Butler. So this does include Butler, Toxie, Gilberttown, Silas, and Milry. Milry's in Washington County, and it does include Coffeyville. This is US 43 right here. Again, this is Marengo, this is Clarke, this is Thomasville. That's Alabama Highway 5 that goes over to Pine Hill. And again, for now, the Weather Service has these warnings in effect, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, for the southern two-thirds of Choctaw County, the northern part of Washington County, and the far, far western part of Clarke County, for this line of storms that is coming in from the west. And Drew, looks like a classic late night rumble, windy bag of wind here. It's one of these are so hard to deal with because you can't see anything, but you can have enough wind here to blow down some trees and cause some problems.
Yeah, something you don't want to not take seriously because obviously, yeah, there's been reports of some trees down and things like that. We haven't heard of any sort of major damage reports back in Mississippi at this point that I've seen, but definitely there's been some trees knocked down in spots, and there's definitely been some really strong velocities that you've been occasionally seeing on the radar there. But another challenge has been with some of this is that the velocity hasn't been the cleanest looking velocity data that I've ever seen. There's in fact, as we're looking at it right now, we're probably seeing some contamination of the signal there that makes it a little bit harder. Some of this that you're seeing right here, where it gets kind of blocky, gets a little bit harder to kind of interpret exactly what's going on there. And I think that's part of the reason that there's been maybe a few more tornado warnings back in South Mississippi earlier that may not have actually had any tornadoes. Is there's definitely been some noisiness to the data, and sometimes when you get some really strong winds aloft in the atmosphere, that can help to create more of those issues. But at least you can see here, looking at the trend compared to what we saw just a little while ago, where you had a lot of tornado warnings, and as we shift further towards the east, we've got at least fewer of those now, especially in the northern part of this line segment here. Of course, you still do see some of those tornado warnings back in kind of far southwestern Mississippi and just starting to come out of southeastern Louisiana at this point. But again, at least as what is currently imminent to Alabama, about to cross the state line. We've got the severe thunderstorm warnings, and things are still looking threatening, but just a little bit tamer there. But again, you can see as we kind of scan along the line here, there's a few places here and there could be a little bit of spin, but nothing that's rising to the level of needing a warning at this point. But however, again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. So still, if you're in these areas, if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, still it's a good idea with the fact that these thunderstorms could pack some strong winds to still be at least inside your house, be kind of in a safe area in your house, even though we're not necessarily saying it's going to rise to the level of a tornado warning or anything like that, James.
All right, so it's 10:30 on a Wednesday night, and the next question that we receive often is, can I go to bed? Do I need to stay up all night? Well, if you have a weather radio, go to bed. That thing will wake you up. Every Alabama home needs one. That's the baseline. The phones can go into the do not disturb mode, the sleep mode. You don't get the notifications, but that weather radio will wake you up. So that's one important message. Everybody needs one of those. And the other question, I live in a mobile home. What do I do? And we don't know enough about the terrain where you are, the number of pine trees around you. We just can't give a specific answer for every situation. But what we try and do here is give you the information that you need so you can make a decision based on your situation. So the main concern with this line, it's going to be straight line winds. Having said that, like Drew talked about, there could be a little kink or a break in this line where there could be a little small tornado that tries to spin up at some point over the next few hours. The tornado watch extends until 2 a.m. And again, we'll watch it like a hawk, but the straight line winds, as you know, can create damage like a small tornado. And it can knock down a lot of trees. And if a tree comes down through a mobile home, that's dangerous. That could be deadly. And again, you have to make that decision yourself as to whether you stay or leave. But we want to stress we have no tornado warnings anywhere in Alabama or Mississippi with this. Again, maybe near the Louisiana state line down here, but at least in this segment, these are all severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, these storms will be crossing through ultimately Choctaw, Washington, and Mobile counties, southwest Alabama. So again, the possibility of a brief tornado is there. That's why there's a tornado watch. But the main issue will be from strong straight line winds, in some cases strong enough to knock down trees and power lines. So just be aware of that. If you're in Sumter County, the chance of severe weather is pretty low. If you're in Marengo County, the chance of severe weather is pretty low. Sumter, Marengo, Perry, and points north. We just believe the air is stable. The better dynamic support, the better instability for severe storms down here in this part of Alabama for the next couple of hours. And after 2 a.m., the storms should begin to weaken, maybe hopefully before that. But after 2 a.m., typically they begin to settle down a little bit. And of course, we're getting a lot of questions for people in places like Luverne, Greenville, Evergreen, Atmore, Andalusia, Enterprise, Dothan. What happens over here by 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning? Hopefully it will be a weakening line of storms below severe limits. That's the concept. We're seeing that in modeling here. But again, we'll watch these. When it comes to thunderstorms, what do? Expect the unexpected. And again, we've got John Oldshoe, who's going to be in Thomasville soon. John is going to be in a good position for us to see what happens when it comes through northern Clarke County. And again, we've got Kevin Henderson, who is up here in North Marengo County, in the middle of all this mess up and through here. But again, so far, we have just seen mostly wind. We've seen a lot of tornado warnings out of Jackson with this line within the last couple of hours, but
James, I was going to mention one thing.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the National Weather Service in Jackson chat just in the last 5 minutes or so. I think this was a little bit earlier, but they did mention some widespread trees down in Lamar County, Mississippi, which that probably, you can see this corresponds to this storm report right here. So that's Lamar County. This is that line of storms right here that now has severe thunderstorm warnings that are approaching parts of northern Mobile County and southern Washington County. So looks like there are at least a decent amount of trees down there. So we'll see if that continues further to the east. But just something to keep in mind again, that there is obviously some trees being knocked down by some of these storms, even with just severe thunderstorm warnings.
Right. And again, these middle of the night, messy, convective events like this can bring some surprises for sure. No doubt about that. And that's the reason we're all here. But again, traditionally, it's very heavy rain, the thunder, lightning, obnoxious. It's very windy. And again, hopefully the winds will stay somewhat manageable here. But again, there could be some spots within that line where the winds might exceed 50 miles per hour, and that could be enough to cause some damage. And again, that LSR that Drew talked about, the local storm report, that's from Lamar County, Mississippi, a little west of Hattiesburg. And these storms did come through Laurel and Hattiesburg, and I've heard of no major damage in those cities, including the Southern Miss campus here. But again, the Weather Service in Jackson, they've got this entire line blanketed with these severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, earlier they blanketed the line with tornado warnings. But again, the Weather Service in Mobile will probably be extending locally this tornado watch. Let's put the watch up here, Drew, if we can. The tornado watch for southwest Alabama, there's a pretty good chance this will be extended a little bit more to the east soon. For now, the watch covers Mobile, Washington, Choctaw, Clarke, Wilcox, Marengo, Hale, Perry, and Dallas. And I would imagine the local offices can extend these locally, and I think they'll probably add Baldwin, Monroe, Conecuh, and Escambia here. But again, though, if we get some additions to that, it most likely will be down and through here, places like Evergreen, Monroeville, Atmore, Bruton, Baldwin. In fact, we're doing a feature on the Alabama Weather Network Facebook page called 67 Counties in 67 Days. We're highlighting every Alabama county in alphabetical order, and tomorrow's county is Monroe. So I just noticed that, but anyway, so again, this is the main concern here for the next several hours. North Alabama, we just don't expect any severe weather, just a lot of rain, just good old-fashioned beneficial rain. Southeast Alabama, very conditional. I think there's a good chance the storms weaken by the time they get in here, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And again, they could be gusty, and there still could be some issues here, but I don't think we have that many problems here like we might have in southwest Alabama. So again, let's go back to the radar. And again, we're watching up here. This is Kevin Henderson. And do we know his exact location? I know it's obviously raining and we can't see much. I know that the chaser video at night is not the most enthralling, but still, we know that people want to see what's happening out in the world. And there's a tornado warning that just popped up with that line. And again, that's the kind of thing that could happen, is the fact that we could have these little quick spin-up tornadoes within that line.
Looks like Kevin's just a little bit southeast of Demopolis currently.
Okay. So the Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for parts of George, Greene, and Perry counties in Mississippi. And this is in effect until 11 o'clock. It's a fairly short-term warning here for that. And again, you can see the rotation right there. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles southwest of Beaumont, 16 miles northeast of Wiggins, Mississippi, moving east at 30. So again, we've got potential for a spin-up tornado in the line right here. And that's the kind of thing that can happen. And these are really hard to deal with. Often these tornadoes within a line, they can be down for maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, and they're right back up. By the time the warning goes out, they're back up. And this makes it really tough. But again, we'll watch that rotational segment here. If that holds together, that would be moving into northern Mobile County. This is Mobile County. This is Washington County here. Again, that's Interstate 65, Creola here, US 43 here, Tom Bigby River, Alabama River. So just understand that we've got a line of storms producing strong winds and potential for an isolated tornado, much like this. And I would say that this line will be coming through Mobile probably around midnight tonight, maybe soon after that. And then ultimately coming into Baldwin County a little after that. And again, we're going to stay with you right here. We are going to be in it for the long haul for the duration of this line, as long as it stays at severe limits. And it probably will. And again, the tornado watch is in effect until 2 a.m. So again, let's go back up to the segment that's coming into Choctaw County. And again, we've got storms now in southwest Alabama. Again, we'll take a closer look in here, and I'll show you some of the smaller communities in here. Highway 17 is the major route right here. And again, that runs from Butler, which is right here. Butler's in the northern extent of this polygon. right down through Toxie, Gilbertown, Silas. That's Alabama Highway 17. This is U.S. Highway 84. That's the main east-west route in through here. And again, you know, Drew, it's noisy. And man, this is hard. What's the beam height? Do we know? It's probably, if I had to guess, it's 6,000 feet.
It's showing 4,000 or 5,000 or so. So yeah, it's in that ballpark. Which it's hard to know with certainty at that height. And then again, I think we're getting some side lobe contamination. Some of that seems to be showing up a good bit tonight too. So the radar signatures and the velocity especially have been kind of tough to decipher so far this evening, and it really seems to have been kind of everywhere. It's been that way a lot so far. So
we get these stinking radar coverage holes, and we talked about this on Weather Brains. And when phased array, and the Weather Service, I think they're going to hold off until phased array radar comes in. That's the next generation, and they'll fill some of these holes instead of buying the older NexRad radars and putting them in here. But whatever, the radar beam is high. But understand, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. Strong winds, that's the main concern. The winds at the surface could exceed 50 miles per hour, and that's enough to knock down trees and power lines. So again, Butler is on the northern edge of the polygon here, but you're in the polygon, and this is not a tornado warning polygon. It's a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. But again, the line of storms coming right into Highway 17 right here, and then ultimately it's going to be crossing the Tom Bigby, affecting Clarke County. This is Clarke County. This is US 84. This is Coffeyville. Again, Sweetwater here, Dixon's Mills here, Nanophilia here, Half Acre up there in Marengo County. But the stronger winds will probably stay just south of Marengo through southern Choctaw, the southern two-thirds of Choctaw County and Clarke County. So again, we have no tornado warning in effect here, but a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Butler south all the way down into Washington. And again, in Washington County, it includes Millry. And the town of Chatham is just south of the polygon, which is right here. Again, that's Highway 17. But still, everybody in southwest Alabama is going to deal with the line of storms. Additional warnings will probably be issued for this as the storms move on to the east. And of course, the rain rates are pretty tremendous. These will be very efficient rain producers. Some spots could easily see 1 to 2 inches of rain here. There might be some flooding issues here. So again, we've got Kevin Henderson, who is in Marengo County, or maybe Greene at this point. And if we can, I would like to flip it to Old Shoe Stream. John is in Thomasville in Clarke County. Again, John is going to be right here, and this will give us a really good look into that line of storms when, of course, it arrives in Thomasville. And let me say I was in Thomasville a couple of weeks ago, had a marvelous time. Did a spotter class, a severe weather seminar type program at the Thomasville Public Library. And wonderful people in Clarke County. Always love visiting, and we had a great evening that night. So again, this is Old Shoe's live stream. Looks like he is in Thomasville along US 43. And, I think I got gas at that same Chevron when I was down there. But when I bought it about 2 weeks ago, the gas was a lot cheaper then, I'll tell you that. That has kind of been going up here the last couple of days. But again, we're going to watch John's camera very carefully as the line of storms comes into Thomasville. So again, the stream that you see right there, that is Old Shoe, who is in Thomasville. And again, JP's got the Mobile Skycam pointed back in the line. Have you seen lightning on that, JP?
I've seen maybe 1 or 2 strikes.
Okay.
Very, very minimal.
All right. So again, we're going to keep watching that Mobile Skycam from downtown Mobile. And again, you see this tornado warning over in southeastern Mississippi. There's some rotation here, and there could be additional spots where these little spin-ups occur. I've been doing this a long time, and goodness, the number of nights I have worked late nights, squall lines like this. Now they call them a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. Some pinhead came up with that, but I still call them a squall line. And again, within that, in the middle of the night, you're going to have these small spin-up tornadoes. And listen, an EF0 is dangerous. I don't like to use the word weak tornado. I don't think that's a good word. An EF0, of course, the wind velocities are not obviously as bad as an upper-end major violent tornado, but still, they're all dangerous. So again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for the southern 2/3 of Choctaw County from Butler south. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Washington County from Chatham north, and for the extreme western part of Clarke County. For this line of storms that is along Highway 17 from Butler down to Toxie, Gilbertown, Silas, and it's approaching Milry. And that will be crossing the Tombigbee. And once that happens, the line comes into southern Marengo and northern Clarke counties. And again, this will be pushing through all of southwest Alabama. Everybody's going to deal with this. And Drew kind of explained that, again, we got some really cool stuff here with the graphic system. Kind of explain that rotation detector, that product, how that works.
Yeah, James. So, basically it's taking the velocity product or the storm relative velocity product and trying to make it a little bit simpler to look at, basically. So, when you compare, of course, we look at the velocity data all the time, but we know for a lot of people, this may not make a lot of sense. We try to explain it, but it's still, just like we've been talking about, sometimes there's going to be lots of noise. It can be a lot of stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. So the idea with that rotation detector product, oops, wrong one. Let's click back on the right one. Is that you're trying to simplify things, and basically we're trying to identify areas where there is high velocity, where the wind is really strong, but also where there's areas where you have that, and you also have rotation kind of in the same area. So high wind speeds and rotation, or at least a wind gradient or a change in the wind over a short geographic space, basically. So a lot of times what you'll see this product show signatures when you have rotation, when you have a tornado, but also with straight line winds as well. It kind of works for both things. We call it rotation detector, but sometimes it's really just almost just kind of a wind detector as well, or potentially a damaging wind detector. So in this case, because like we've talked about, we're in an area where we don't have really great radar coverage, it makes it a little bit harder even to read this product, but it still does kind of show the fact that there are some of these areas in that light green that could have some heavy winds right now. So just along 17 there near Toxie, probably getting some decent wind currently because of what you're seeing there with that rotation detector. And then also down getting closer to Milry there on 17 as well, south of the county line. So again, it doesn't necessarily mean that these are damaging winds. This signature doesn't look like anything that would make me really, really concerned. But again, we're seeing strong enough other indications too that it's still something you want to take seriously. We've still got that severe thunderstorm warning, and there's still certainly the possibility that you could be getting gusty enough winds that you could be knocking down a tree or two, or blowing some limbs around and things like that. At least I would say at this point, it looks like, James.
Yeah, and let me also, I gave a shout out to the Thomasville Public Library. I have to say, I got to give a shout out to the Chatham Public Library down here, because I was there not that long ago and had a marvelous time there. Just a marvelous, marvelous program we did here in Chatham and Washington County, did a book signing. So again, to everybody in Thomasville and Chatham, thank you. It is an honor to be in Clarke County. It's an honor to be in Choctaw and Washington, all these counties. And again, we're going to watch this carefully. So Old Shoes live stream, as you can see, is right up here. John is sitting at the intersection of Alabama Highway 5 and US 43. Those split off on the north end of Thomasville. That's Highway 5 going up toward Pine Hill, and that's US 43 going up toward Dixon's Mill. So John is kind of sitting right here at that split. And again, we're going to talk with him just in a second, not at this moment, but going to talk with John about what conditions are like there in Thomasville. So if you're just joining us this morning, thank you for watching. This is James Spann. We've got Drew, Emily, JP, Ryan, Bill. I've never had this many people working together all at once in this studio. This is outstanding. We have these great people and the cameras and the chasers in the field. And the object, it's to help you make decisions that will help your family to stay safe. Every situation is different. We can't give specific advice about any one case. We don't understand all the logistics, but what we can do is give you the information you need to make a good decision, whether to maybe leave a mobile home at a certain time or whether to go into your tornado safe place. And again, that's the object of what we do here. But this line so far is producing strong winds. That's the greatest concern. And again, those strong winds are right on Highway 17. And we note that rotation right there. That's, again, these little spin-up tornadoes, they can come quick. I mean, they can come really, really quick. That's broad. It's not tight. It's broad. But again, we've got, Bill, what you got?
Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Marengo till 11:45.
Okay, so what the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to do, they're basically just going to extend this out. This line of storms will be clipping southern Marengo, so this will not affect Demopolis. Demopolis, you're in the northernmost part of Marengo County. This is going to be down here towards Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Nanophilia, Half Acre, Octagon. Drew, you ever been to Octagon?
No, I mean
I have.
I've heard about the Octagon when it comes to like MMA or something. Is that something?
But again, Octagon's right here. Nanophili's here, Half Acre, Sweetwater. We'll get the new polygon that'll pop on here in just a second. Highway 25 runs from Sunny South up to Vineland, Magnolia, Thomaston, and Dayton. And we'll see what the northern extent of that is. But clearly, the greatest chance of strong wind, it's going to be over the southern third of Marengo County, south of Linden. Linden's the county seat of Marengo County. And again, if you're in the southern part of Marengo County, just be aware this line is going to come through with a chance of strong winds, maybe enough to knock down some trees and power lines. And there it is. Okay, just popped on there. So as we figured, this will not include Linden. This will not include Thomaston. All right, it includes Dixon's Mills. This is Alabama Highway 10 right here, and that's basically an extension. That's good coordination. Notice how it matches nicely the polygon that is in Choctaw County. So good coordination between Birmingham and Mobile. So let's kind of expand this out and look at the line itself, because a lot of questions about Mobile. We got a tornado warning for Mobile. All right, this is coming out for Choctaw County. We have a tornado warning that's been issued from the Weather Service in Mobile for south central Choctaw County and northwestern Clarke County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 6 miles southeast of Gilbertown. There's your polygon right here. Or 18 miles south of Butler, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So we now have a tornado warning in effect, and this is for the northeastern part. The northeastern part of southwestern part of Choctaw County and the northwestern part of Clarke County. I was trying to read too much at one time here. But again, this rotation, it's right in through here, a little north of U.S. Highway 84. Highway 84 is here, so the circulation is east of Alabama Highway 17. So again, if you're along Highway 17 or points west, this will not affect you. I know it's raining and thunder and lightning, but in terms of a tornado threat, the better chance of that tornado will be pretty much coming up on the Tom Bigby. Once it hits the Tom Bigby, if by chance there's a tornado with this, it becomes a waterspout for about a minute over the Tom Bigby, and from there it crosses over into northwestern Clarke County, most likely north of Coffeyville. Again, the major east-west road in this polygon, it's U.S. Highway 84. But still, you know what I'm going to say. Respect the polygon. So let's put the polygon back on, and again, you can see that Coffeyville is in. And I know it is 10:51. I know it's a school night. I know it's horribly inconvenient. But at this point, we're going to ask you that if you're in this polygon that is affecting parts of southeastern Choctaw, northwestern Clarke, to go to your safe place now in a site-built home. That is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. If you live in a trailer, we are asking you to go to your shelter now. Go to a safe place, away from a trailer. You can't stay in a mobile home or a trailer. We don't want anybody in a car driving. If by chance you're listening to us on your car system, again, we would like for you to get out of the car, go into a gas station, any place that offers shelter. You don't want to be in a car. You don't want to be in a mobile home. Is this some kind of a long track, violent EF4, EF5 tornado? No. It's going to be a short-lived spin-up tornado, but those are dangerous too, and you've got to respect those. So again, this is the first tornado warning polygon of the night for Alabama, and again, this includes areas to the southeast of Butler, areas to the east of Gilbertown, east of Highway 17, and again, Coffeyville is located right here. That's Alabama Highway 69 that goes back up to Linden right here, and the polygon clips the far northwestern part of Clarke County. But US 84 is in that polygon, so nobody should be driving along US Highway 84 over the next 15, 20 minutes. The tornado warning runs until 11:15. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile is doing it right. You don't want to have long tornado warnings because these are typically very short-lived storms. So let's see, Drew, top box, is that John? Or
That's John.
Okay, this is John Oldshoe, and that is the McDonald's in Thomasville. And John is headed south. I know exactly where he is. So again, John is headed south down US. John, can you hear us by chance? Yes. So tell us where you are and what it's like there now in northern Clarke.
Oh, it is quiet as can be. But I saw that tornado warning come out, and so I'm going to try to get down here between Grove Hill and Thomasville and see if they extend it or if it holds together on across 43 there.
Okay, thanks, John. So again, what John is doing, he was parked up here at the intersection of Highway 5 and US 43. He's going south now, and he's going to find a spot in here between Grove Hill and Thomasville to intersect this line segment where we have this tornado warning in effect. And again, we have heard of no specific damage. We've heard of no specific tornado report. This is a radar indication of what could be a brief spin-up tornado here. So again, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Choctaw and Clarke counties. This is in southwest Alabama. And again, this is the county line. This is Clarke. This is Choctaw. And let's put the velocity back on, Drew. And again, we'll take a look. And it's really, really noisy. And I say this a lot when you're trying to catch these briefs. You could see why they issued the tornado warning. I mean, look at that thing. Mm-hmm. You see it really tightened up right there, then it just goes away. And quite frankly, that's not really a tornadic circulation on radar at this point. But it's like playing what, Drew? Whack-a-mole. I'm telling you, it is so hard. And look, it's so easy to criticize somebody at the Weather Service. You put yourself in the warning chair and you try and do this. It's hard trying to catch these things. And there's a great debate within the weather enterprise. Do we try and issue a warning for every little spin-up tornado, or do we issue severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag? It's more of a social science problem, and of course a physical science problem too. Once we get phased array radar, the radar data will be better resolution in real time, and I think that will help, but still, it's always going to be a problem. So again, if you're just joining us, earlier, there was indication of a tornado on radar not too far from Gilbertown in Choctaw County. The indication is pretty much gone away. It's off the board right now, but it could come back. But what you do, you watch this for a few volume scans, and if it stays gone away, the tornado warning will be canceled. But it could come right back. It could cycle back up. So again, the right thing to do is to leave the warning in place for a few volume scans, and let's see how it plays out here. But still, if you're in the polygon, respect the polygon until it goes away. And remember, even without this tornado warning polygon, everybody is in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon from South Marengo County all the way down the line here. But again, the good news, the tornado signature has simply gone away here. It was there, it flared out, and it's gone. But again, still strong straight line winds are possible with this line of storms. And we'll check on that in just a second. But if we can, Drew, let's expand it out and just show that whole line in southwest Alabama, from Marengo County all the way down to southeastern Mississippi. All right, so that's a great shot right there. So you can see this is going to be the concern for the next several hours, this line right here. We have potential for strong straight line winds. The whole line is blanketed by severe thunderstorm warnings, all the way from South Marengo County through parts of Choctaw, and basically all of Washington and now northwest Mobile. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and this will affect everybody. I mean, it's going to affect all of Mobile County, ultimately Baldwin County, all of Clarke. And again, that's just going to be coming through over the next couple of hours. So Mobile, Baldwin counties, Choctaw, Washington, Clarke, just be ready for some pretty rough ride here. It's going to be very strong straight line winds, and maybe an isolated tornado within that. And I noticed, JP, you got that Jefferson camera. This is in Marengo County. I've not had a chance to look. What are you seeing there?
Frequent lightning, but again, with these late night events, it has to illuminate the storm, and it's just so hard to see. Is this the warned part of this line is just kind of in a hole where there's not really a sky cam that's really close to see anything significant, but definitely a lot of lightning.
Yeah, I saw some lightning on the Jefferson. Jefferson is in Marengo County. In fact, I'll put my finger, it's right there, and it's looking down back into this from Jefferson's on Alabama 28 between Linden and the Rooster Bridge here. And again, that's looking back down into this. And we've got Old Shoe, the top box. Old Shoe is driving from Thomasville down toward Grove Hill on US 43. He's going to be intersecting the line segment where there's a tornado warning in effect right here. And again, we notice we have other tornado warnings in effect for part of the line in Mississippi, and that's going to be moving into ultimately Mobile County. So just everybody just sit back, be ready to take some action if you're in Southwest Alabama. And again, for those of you that live in trailers, you know, I can't give you specific advice. I don't know how many pine trees you have around you. I don't know the health of those pine trees. I don't know the health of the hardwood trees that you have around you. But the greatest issue with the line of severe storms is trees coming down on top of trailers. And if by chance we have a spin-up tornado that could get under the trailer and take it and flip it. And so, again, if you feel like you need to be not in a trailer, now's the time to think about going to a shelter or some place that can serve as a shelter. And certainly if you're in a tornado warning polygon, no trailers, you need to be in a shelter. But again, the whole line is blanketed with severe thunderstorm warnings, the whole line. Within the line, we have these small spots where there could be a tornado, a small tornado generated here. And again, the last time we looked at this segment here, it didn't look that good. So again, Drew, if we can, let's go back in and take a look at the thunderstorm line segment coming through southeastern Choctaw County. And again, this is east of Gilbertown. And let's check the velocity and see what it looks like. All right. Again, that's not really a tornado signature. It's just, it's gone away. But again, evidence of strong winds right on the Tom Bigby. And of course, once it crosses the Tom Bigby, we're moving from Choctaw County into Clarke County. And again, Coffeyville is located right here. That's the Tom Bigby, Choctaw, Clarke. And we'll see if that stays over to U.S. Highway 43. John Oshie, I noticed you parked. Tell us kind of where you are. It looks like you're between Thomasville and Grove Hill.
James, I'm at Cuz's Travel Depot. They have a fine selection here of Hunt's Brothers Pizza.
Oh, yes.
Thomasville and Grove Hill.
Oh, man. Goodness. Don't get me hungry. Actually, Bill Murray brought in some pizza here tonight, so we have had our share. So, again, John is right here. And, again, he will be intercepting this line, and we'll be talking with John as it comes on through. We think, John, we got Kevin Henderson. In fact, if we can quickly flip over to Kevin's live stream. Kevin is near Sweetwater. Kevin is in South Marengo County, and he's going to catch that part of the line where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect up here. Kevin is right here. So again, this is Kevin Henderson's live stream, and he is approaching Sweetwater. That means he would be on Alabama Highway 10. He went down to Dixon's Mills, took a right, and he's going west toward Sweetwater. And so, and the camera, the fixed camera that JP's got up here, that's the camera, the Skycam, Region Skycam at Jefferson in Marengo County. So we've got chasers on the ground, we've got the Skycams. Wow, that was impressive. Very impressive lightning strike on the Jefferson camera here. And between the Skycam network and the chasers on the ground, we'll get a good feel for what this thing is producing. So again, Kevin Henderson is right here. John Olshoe is right here. Kevin here, John here. There's your line. And we got a tornado warning polygon in effect for extreme northwestern Clarke County. The signature has really gone away. The tornado signature, it's just not there at this point. It flared briefly and it went away on the next volume scan. And that's what happens. You see it, you issue a tornado warning, and it goes away. They can be down for 1, 2, 3 minutes and they're gone. It's very challenging. But just be aware there could be additional spin-ups in this line, and it's going to be really hard to provide a warning, a good long lead time here for a spin-up tornado within a line of thunderstorms. Nights like this is one reason I have no hair. I pulled it all out over the years. Dealing with things like this, it is so challenging and so hard to do. Again, we're watching a line of storms in southwest Alabama. This is the northern extent of that line. And the northern extent of that is going to cross through southern Marengo. Again, Kevin's live stream, he's near Sweetwater, and I think Kevin is going to probably get into it first, and then it's going to get into John's location here. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for South Marengo County. This is south of Linden. This would include Dixon's Mills, Sweetwater, Nanophilia, Half Acre, Octagon, Vineland, Magnolia. These communities down here in South Marengo County. Again, Kevin would be here, headed out Highway 10, and he's going to be in that line in just a matter of minutes. So we'll see from his live stream what that is like, and we'll be talking with Kevin. So let's work our way south down the line. We'll just kind of do that, Drew. So again, that's South Marengo. And again, this is the tornado warning segment of the line right here, but quite frankly, we just don't see any strong evidence of a tornado at this point. But from time to time, we get these little hot spots where you see the green get really bright, the red get really bright, and there could be a brief spin-up tornado there. So again, for about the next 10 minutes, I think they'll leave this tornado warning in place for southeastern Choctaw, northwestern Clarke. So let's keep going down the line. Let's go into Washington County. And again, let's put the reflectivity back on. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The line of storms has come on through Millry. It's approaching Chatham. That heavy rain begins in Chatham here in a matter of minutes. Again, Highway 17 is right here. And again, within that line, we could see some strong straight line winds. All of Washington County under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the line extends back into southeastern Mississippi, and the line should be in Mobile 12 to 12:30, midnight to 12:30, Baldwin County 1 to 1:30, something like that. And within the line, strong straight line winds, one of the primary concerns. So let's kind of expand this out a little bit more and show the wider view. And again, you can see the line extends down into southeastern Mississippi, and we've got that tornado warning. Let's look at that real quick, because this line segment will be coming into northern Mobile County. Again, Citronellus here. This is U.S. Highway 45. And let's peek at the velocity. And it's the same thing. It's going to be one of these spin-up tornadoes. They come and they go, and it's pretty challenging to provide warnings for these. But anyway, the tornado warning in effect just west of Mobile County. Again, this is Mobile County right here. There's Saraland, Satsuma. The city of Mobile is right down there. So we'll watch that carefully as it comes into Mobile County tonight. But let's go to Marengo County. And Kevin Henderson, if possible, you've been on the road all night tonight in a lot of rain, but now you're approaching that line of severe storm. So Kevin, if you hear me, kind of tell us what you got there. What's conditions like in your world?
Hey, James, if you can hear me, I'm just a little east of Sweetwater on 43. Right now, I'm just dealing with the rain, and it's not too bad, but I'm just ahead of the cell, I believe. I think it's heading my way.
Okay, so instead of Highway 10, Kevin's on US 43 right here. So he is actually east of Sweetwater. So, Kevin, you got about 5-10 minutes, and that's going to be right on top of you. So just be careful. These nighttime lines are tough, but again, Kevin, stay with us, and we're going to talk with you again here in just a minute. Let's flip over to Old Shoe's camera if we can, and we're going to go to John's camera. John is down in Clarke County. He is between Thomasville and Sweetwater. And John, Old Shoe, if you can talk to me, tell us where you are now. Looks like you're moving again.
Yeah, James, I turned around and I'm headed back north towards Thomasville because on the radar, and you can look at it, it looked like there might be a notch in there, maybe with a higher velocity couplet up a little bit closer to Thomasville. Anyway, that's where I'm headed.
Yeah, John's talking about this spot right here. And again, this stuff's going to come and go. It is going to come and go. And again, the other frustrating thing about this, the radar beam is so high. It is way off the ground by 5,000 feet, at least 5,000 feet. So we can't show you a good low-level slice here because the radar is down at Mobile. The other closer radars are Jackson, Mississippi, and Shelby County Airport. So Mobile's the closest radar here. So John is headed back into Thomasville from the south. And again, he's going to be intersecting this line segment here, and it's going to be in John's world here pretty soon. So really, both Kevin and John, we're going to see some pretty good action on their streams. We note a mesoscale discussion from SPC. indicating occasional brief tornadoes and locally damaging wind gusts will remain possible with clusters of storms in this part of Alabama between midnight and 2 a.m. In southwest Alabama, really between now and 2 a.m. We're pretty optimistic after 2 o'clock the storms begin to weaken, but we can't guarantee that, but that should be the case. So again, we've got the line of storms here running from the Tombigbee River right down the Tombigbee to near Coffeyville in Clarke County, then down to Chatham and Washington County, then back into southeastern Mississippi. Most of the line is covered by severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have 2 tornado warnings in effect here and here. And again, in Alabama, the tornado warnings, this particular tornado warning was issued on a couplet that basically has gone away. But again, the Weather Service in Mobile, they've decided to leave it in place just to see in case it comes back until 11:15. The good thing about it, I'm watching reports from our sky watchers, and by the way, thank you. We appreciate all the sky watchers and from the Weather Service offices, and we're not seeing any really specific damage. We've had some reports of trees down in Wiggins, Mississippi, and just north of Wiggins, Mississippi with this line. And again, within the line, it certainly could blow down some trees and power lines, and that's the kind of thing we're concerned about here. So severe thunderstorm warnings in effect from South Marengo down through parts of western Clarke, southern Choctaw, much of Washington counties. And again, Mobile, I'd say it should be knocking on your door a little after midnight to 12:30. Baldwin County, 1 to 1:30. So just be aware of that if you're down here in this part of Alabama, Mobile and Baldwin counties. If you're in Monroeville, Evergreen, Bruton, Atmore, Uri, any of these communities in here, just keep a close eye, an eagle eye on these things as it moves on to the east. Hopefully it will weaken sooner than 2 a.m. That's a possibility as well, but boy, there's sure no guarantee that's going to happen. And there's good dynamic support here for these storms. Bill, what you got going on over there?
New tornado warning, James, for northwestern Mobile, southwestern Washington, and Greene County in Mississippi.
Okay, so I would assume that's going to be this segment here. There's your new polygon right here. And there's the rotation back here. So this is a tornado warning in effect for the extreme southwestern part of Washington County, the extreme northwestern part of Mobile County. Again, this is U.S. Highway 45. Citronelle is here. This is for a very small part of Mobile and Washington counties. This has nothing to do with the city of Mobile. There could be one later tonight, but not in this case. So again, we've got evidence of a circulation here that's moving toward the Alabama-Mississippi state line into southwestern Washington, northwestern Mobile counties, if it holds together. And that's a big if. Again, these are so tough to deal with. And again, Weather Service in Mobile saying the circulation is spinning up quickly, and that's what they do. But the other thing, they go away quickly as well. So, Drew, this is kind of what we expected. This was what I expected, at least. Middle of the night squall line with these little spin-ups that can be so hard to deal with.
Yep, James, it's definitely looking like that. And we were, got more concerned as we moved through the afternoon. Well, it was, we weren't concerned for the northern part of the state. It was good news for North Alabama that things didn't really ever ramp up too much up there, even though it looked like there was a possibility of it earlier in the day and yesterday when we were looking at the setup. But we definitely continue to think that we would have potential issues down in the southern and southwestern part of the state around this time. And yeah, that's definitely turned out to be that way. So again, looking at this tornado warning polygon, the circulation really back still in Mississippi at this point, but making progress over towards the east. And that definitely, I will say that signature looks a little better than maybe some of the ones that we've seen here more recently. Maybe not quite as noisy at this point. In fact, I'll take a quick look at some of the velocity values that we're getting with that and see what those are showing. It looks like it is fairly high. Yeah, showing some 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially there on the inbound side. We've got a new tornado warning for Clarke. New tornado warning? Okay.
They're issuing one. They're drawing it up, and this is going to be a new tornado warning for Clarke County. Let me just kind of read this off here. This is a new tornado warning that is in effect for northern Clarke County. A severe thunderstorm capable, and this is what Olshu was talking about. Olshu spotted this. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 8 miles north of Coffeyville or 17 miles west of Thomasville, moving east at 30. And again, this is radar indicated, and there it is. There's your new polygon. So this includes Thomasville. So we've got a black box up there, fellas. Bill, or if one of y'all can get one of our, I think we've lost one of our feeds here. I want to get Olshu. John is in Thomasville right now. But again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for northern Clarke County, and this is does not include Grove Hill. It does include Thomasville. And again, that's US 43, that's the split, that's Highway 5 going over to Sunny South and Pine Hill. Pine Hill is right here. 43 goes up to Dixon's Mills and Linden. That's the northern extent of the polygon, basically the Marengo County line. You can see Fulton is about the southern extent of that. So again, we've got a tornado warning that is currently in effect for northern Clarke County. I know it's 11:14 at night. I know it's a school night, but this is where you need to go to your safe place. That is a small room on the lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. And again, remember, an important part of what you're going to do in that safe place is pop on a helmet. Most people that are injured in tornadoes, it involves blunt force trauma above the shoulders. And by putting on a simple bike helmet, if you play sports, a batting helmet, a football helmet, a motorcycle helmet, that mitigates your chance of really being hurt badly. And this is for everybody, not just adults, okay? So again, if you're in any of these tornado warning polygons, remember, a helmet is a big deal. This is for everybody. I don't care if you're 90 or 9. It doesn't matter. And that's a big part of what a tornado plan should involve, is having a helmet that everybody has on. But small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. You can't be in a trailer. You cannot be in a mobile home. You got to go to a shelter or a open business that can serve as a shelter. And hopefully you had transportation arranged for this night. We've known about this for a while. And you need to get there as soon as you can if you're along Highway 43. Again, that line of storms is not that far away. Is it a classic tornado signature? Not really. But still, there's evidence enough to where the Weather Service in Mobile believes there could be a small tornado in this thing, a spin-up tornado. And small tornadoes are very dangerous like big ones, okay? So again, we ask you to take this thing seriously. So tornado warning for northern Clarke for this line of storms that's coming in from the west. And which stream do we have up, fellas?
You got John. He was down for a second. We got him back up.
Okay,
This is John.
John, where are you and what do you see?
Hey, James, I'm at the northern side of Thomasville again, just getting positioned here to look for this tornado. So give me just a second.
Okay. So again, John is in Thomasville, and the camera below is in Jefferson, and JP's got that thing focused in on that line, is looking at the lightning flashes. But again, John is up there pretty much right here at the split, 5 US 43 at that chevron. And so we're going to position John at that spot, and we're going to see what happens when it comes over. Bill, what you got?
And James, when that line came over Alabama 17 south of Butler, close to Toxie, we have a report of multiple trees down on Alabama 17, which would be right in that same line with that cell going across.
Yeah, that would make sense. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look at that real quick. Again, the tornado warning polygon is smaller. This is your new severe thunderstorm warning here. This includes basically most of Clarke County all the way down to below Jackson. It includes extreme western Monroe County, which is here, and western Wilcox County, which is here. That would include Pine Hill. Pine Hill is right there. And again, this is Monroe County. This includes the far western part of Monroe County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of strong, potentially damaging straight line winds with that line. The main concern, it's strong winds, straight line that can knock down trees and power lines. But within this line, there could be an isolated tornado. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile believes the chance is high enough right in this segment to issue a tornado warning for the northern part of Clarke County. That includes Thomasville. Notice the tornado warning does not include Grove Hill, but everybody in Clarke County is going to deal with this line. It doesn't matter where you are. You're going to deal with the line. As that comes on through with a chance of strong straight line winds. Warnings in effect for most all of Washington County ahead of that line. The line's come on through Milry. It's coming through Chatham right now. And ultimately, it's going to be in Mobile in about 1 hour, the city of Mobile. So let's go back to this segment here, Drew, where we got the tornado warning in effect, and we'll take a look at the velocity. And again, remember the radar beam is really, really, really high here, really high. And that makes it so tough to see these circulations. And again, it's coming and it's going. It's there for a volume scan and it goes away. It's there and it goes away. But the best thing to do is just, as long as you've got that polygon in effect that's in place and it's valid, you want to respect the polygon and be sheltered. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, no trailers, no cars. Nobody should be driving along US 43 here. This tornado warning polygon does not include Grove Hill, but again, it's important to stress that even if you're not in this tornado warning polygon, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Straight line winds can cause damage like a small tornado. Bill, what you got?
Weather Service in Mobile seeing a TDS near Lucedale, Mississippi, James, that'll eventually get into western parts of Mobile County.
Right. That's the southern tornado warning. In fact, let's go down to that one, Drew. We'll take a look at the southern tornado warning. And again, they've got really two warnings going on here. One clips extreme northwestern Mobile and southwestern Washington counties. We've got this other one down here. But let's pop the velocity on real quick. There's the TDS right there at Lucedale, Mississippi. Let's look at the velocity display and see if it matches up with that. Yeah. Let's back that up a couple of scans. We'll kind of watch that. Let's go back to the debris detector correlation coefficient. And we've got that lowered CC that's kind of popping in here amidst that noise. So again, the Weather Service, they do believe that that is a TDS, a tornado debris signature that's near Lucedale, Mississippi. And of course, that will ultimately cross over into Mobile County. That warning could be extended to include perhaps part of the Mobile metro area, especially perhaps the northern half. That's US 98 right there. Wilmer and Sims is here. That's US 45, which is right here. This is US 43. That's Interstate 65, just to get your bearings straight coming out of Mobile. So again, within that line, we're continuing to see these little spin-ups, and they are just boogers to deal with. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile is saying what we've been telling you. The TDS is no longer there. As quickly as it popped up, it's gone. And that's the way these things work. Bill?
And keep an eye on the storm in Dallas County, James, because it's getting an interesting looking signature on it. The Weather Service in Birmingham concerned about it because it looks like it might have a rear inflow jet kind of poking in the back of it.
Yeah, that's up in an area where it's kind of in a transition zone from that rain-cooled stable air to the unstable air to the south. We'll peek at that real quick. We'll go to the Birmingham radar and take a look at this particular segment here. And you can see that bow, it's bowing out right here. And again, that will be coming into the city of Selma. It's coming right down Highway 280. It's out around Browns and Marion Junction. No evidence of a tornado at this point, but it looks like there could be some stronger winds in here. So we'll just keep an eye on that. But let's go back to our storm that's approaching Thomasville. And again, for those that are just joining us, we have John Olshew in Thomasville. That is a live stream from Thomasville. John is at the intersection of Highway 5 and US 43, where it splits right here. And again, let's go back to the Mobile radar. Looks like that's coming out of Birmingham. We just can't see anything from Birmingham. And again, it's a pretty loose-looking signature here. That's not really a tight tornado signature at this point. And again, these things are coming and going. And that will be at John's location here in a matter of maybe 10 minutes or so, probably by 11:35. And we'll get some ground truth on what this thing is doing. We've had reports of trees down on Highway 17 back in Choctaw County. And we'll see the wind velocity when it comes over John's location, which is right here. So John is in that tornado warning polygon. And again, a lot of people are watching us right now. You're watching us on your phone. You're in your safe place. You want to know, when can I go back to bed. When is it safe? We'll tell you the minute the tornado warning goes away. But again, as long as it's there, respect the polygon and be sheltered. That's the concept we have for that storm that will be coming right up on the US 43 corridor. Let's put the reflectivity back on, Drew, real quick. And again, the storms do extend up into Marengo County. And let's see if we got Kevin's stream. I want to see what Kevin's look like. He should be basically in this thing now up here in Marengo County. We got Kevin here, John here. Kevin Henderson here, John Oldshoe down here. And yeah, Kevin, tell us real quick exactly where you are and what's it like there. We might have lost Kevin's audio here, but we've got his video. And again, I do believe Kevin is along US 43. It's located about right here.
Kevin, you there?
Looks like
Yeah, I'm here. I'm about 6 miles north of Thomasville. I got the drone up right now. We're looking towards Thomasville, but it's really dark.
Yeah, so we got live drone video looking into this storm. So Kevin is here basically near the Marengo Clarke County line with the drone up looking back into this. And what you have to do is wait for lightning to illuminate the photograph, the video, the live video, to see if there's anything going on here. And remember, if there happens to be a tornado there, most likely it's totally rain wrapped and you can't see it. But still, this is what we do here. We go out in the middle of the night, get the drones up, and we do the best we can to show you the weather. And we're thankful for Kevin and John being out in it tonight. So again, you're looking, Bill, what you got?
New severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Monroe, northern Mobile, northwestern Baldwin, Washington, Clarke, back into Mississippi.
Yeah, so again, we've got the new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This does include the city of Mobile. This includes northern Baldwin County, basically from Stockton north. It includes extreme south Monroe County, that would be from basically Stockton back up toward Uri here. And again, that's for the line of storms coming in. And I think the Weather Service will blanket the whole line with severe thunderstorm warnings through the course of the night tonight and the pre-dawn hours tomorrow as it comes on through. So again, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Baldwin. And again, this is the far northern part of Baldwin, the end that's north of Interstate 65, Stockton up toward Uri up here in Monroe County. But for parts of northern Baldwin, Clarke, Mobile County, much of Mobile County, including the city of Mobile, and Washington. Again, everybody in advance of this line. And we're still going to be watching for potential little spin-up tornadoes in here. And man, these are hard to catch. But we've got one potential here. That's the reason for the tornado warning for southwestern Washington, northwestern Mobile. At one point, we had one near Lucedale, Mississippi. But again, that might be one of the better signatures of the day, Drew, so far. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, James, I think so. I think this was one that when we were looking at it earlier, it also kind of looked that way. We were able to see a little bit clearer a picture of the circulations there. So again, we'll kind of take another look again at the signature or at the velocity data here. So yeah, we're seeing again we're a little bit below 1,000 feet as far as where we're hitting these storms. So we're pretty close to the Mobile radar here, enough that we're seeing readings of severe criteria over 58 miles per hour, 67, 65 miles per hour. So certainly possible, even if we're not seeing a long-lived tornado or anything like that here. It could be quick circulations, a quick spin up, but it also likely has just some straight line winds that would be high enough to potentially knock some trees down and power lines and things like that. And I will say that I've seen some other reports, just kind of glancing back at the chat from Jackson, and of some additional reports of some trees and power lines down with some of these storms further back to the west. So they've certainly had a history of it, and it looks like they're continuing to do that here. I'm going to real quick. Yeah, this is a good example of what the shear rate product looks like when you've actually get a little bit better data. You're closer to the radar, and you're getting a little bit cleaner data. So certainly picking up on their a decent signature of that, which would indicate possibility of some damaging winds, at least, and possibly also the tornado as well, considering it is there is a little bit of circulation. We're in that tornado warning there, James.
All right, if we can, let's take Kevin's. I think Kevin's got the drone back on the ground. The more I look at it here, I was going to say if Kevin's got that thing up. Yeah, he's back in his car now. You just can't see much. Kevin is looking back into the Thomasville segment. So let's go to John Oldshoe's stream Drew, John is in Thomasville. John, if you can tell us, talk to us, it looks like the rain has started there. What you got?
Yeah, it looks like we got a heavy shower out ahead of the main line here, James. Maybe a little bit of hail in there, but probably not. I don't think it is. Wind probably about 20, 25 miles per hour.
Okay. So again, this is a little shower ahead of that main line. And again, you can see there's evidence of rotation here that's approaching Thomasville from the west. And again, we would recommend that you stay sheltered. I know nobody wants to hear that. It's close to midnight. It's a Wednesday night, but it's a course of least regret. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, no mobile homes, no cars. If you're out of a mobile home and you're in a shelter, just stay there and we'll tell you when the line passes. Now, the good news, once this line passes, you're done with it. That's the end of the risk of severe storms. It's over. One and done. Once that moves to the east of you, you can go to bed with no more severe weather concerns. So again, we can pretty much clear all of Choctaw County. The line is now east of you. We can clear Sumter County. The line is east of you. But again, in advance of that, that line can produce strong straight line winds and the possibility of a spin-up tornado. And again, that line is coming right up on John's location. Again, John in the top box is in Thomasville. He is right in the core of this tornado warning polygon in the largest city in the polygon right here. And John will have a really good look at this in just a second to see how it performs. He's in a little shower ahead of that. John said the wind's 20, 25 miles per hour. He's not in the core of this line yet. He'll be in that line here shortly. And again, Kevin Henderson's been watching it from southern Marengo. We got the drone up and we looked down into that, but it's awfully hard to see. JP's got the fixed cameras looking into this. And again, the Mobile camera, JP, is going to be pretty interesting in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour from now as that line comes in.
Lightning from this viewpoint, but we're keeping an eye on it.
All right. So again, if you're in Mobile, just hang tight. The line of storms about 45 minutes, 1 hour away. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And we're kind of focusing on this part of the line because of that tornado warning for northern Clarke. And again, the signatures, they come and they go. It is whack-a-mole all the way. And again, I've not seen specific damage reports at this point, which is good. From our Skywatcher chat, from the Weather Service chat, other than trees down on Highway 17 as it came through parts of Choctaw County south of Butler earlier. We've had that report, but I've not seen any here in the last 10 minutes. So, no news is good news in a case like this. So if you're just joining us here, this is the Alabama Weather Network. It's 11:31. This is what we do. Anytime there's a tornado warning for any part of this state, we're here live. And that's our commitment. This is a line of severe storms, possibly with a tornado, approaching Thomasville. We have a live camera. That's John Olshu on the ground in Thomasville on the top box. Bottom box is the Region Skycam network. And Bill, what was that one that just went off there? That's
the first indication on the new tornado watch that'll go till 7 a.m. That's Tallahassee's counties, the 5 counties in southeast Alabama. So they'll all be lining up now, James. It's going to go all the way to the Georgia border. The only question is going to be, how far north does it go?
Okay, in a minute we'll show that. So what the Storm Prediction Center is doing, they're issuing a new tornado watch downstream that will include much of south central and southeast Alabama.
And it goes as far north now as Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, and Randolph counties.
Okay. So we got a new tornado warning, too. Again, we got to focus on these warnings. We'll look at the watch in a second. This is our new tornado warning, and this will basically include the western suburbs of Mobile. All right. So let's look at the velocity display and see what we've got here. And again, you can see evidence right in through here that we've got what could be a spin-up tornado. And that thing is kind of trucking right down Highway 98. This is US 98 right here, Wilmer, Sims, ultimately going into Mobile. So again, this is a new tornado warning for Mobile County. That's in effect until 12:15 for the possibility of a tornado that could be coming into the western part of Mobile, out toward Spring Hill College, USA, University of South Alabama. And again, downtown Mobile is right here, and we've got this Skycam. JP's got the Region Skycam focused to the west right into this line. And this is going to be very interesting to watch that. On the top box, we have John Olshu in Thomasville, where they are currently under a tornado warning as well in northern Clarke County. Again, it will be very hard to show you a brief spin-up tornado that is rain-wrapped in the middle of the night, but by golly, we're going to try. So again, just watch those cameras on your screen. So tornado warning, western part of Mobile, back over to the Mississippi state line. Let's go back up to Thomasville. We're going to bounce back and forth between these warnings. And again, we'll show the new watch box here in just a moment. So let's head up to Thomasville. And again, we're still seeing evidence of pretty good rotation here. John Oshu, can you hear us? I guess you're seeing that too. This thing is getting really close to you. What's it like there now?
It's starting to pick up, James. There's the wind right there. So, yeah, we're going to be real near it if it comes across here, that little spin.
All right. So, again, Bill, what you got on the new?
And that's just the final part of the puzzle there for Southwest Alabama, Mobile.
Right. That was part of the watch box. So, again, we're not seeing any debris being lofted at this point, but again, there's pretty good rotation. That's some of the best rotational signatures we've seen here lately that's approaching Thomasville. And again, you got to stay sheltered. You've got to stay in your safe place. Pop on a helmet if you got one. Near the center of your house, lowest floor, small room, no windows. And this will move by very quickly. And once this line passes, you're done with it. You're done for the night. But again, that's US 43 right here. This tornado signature will not affect Grove Hill. But remember, everybody within the line, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for strong straight line winds. This is for what could be a spin-up tornado in here. I don't want to take away from the fact that we could see strong winds across the entire line. But again, that's that rotation coming into Thomasville. Let's pop the reflectivity back on, and anywhere within this line, we could see strong winds from South Marengo County, again, up here around Vineland and Sunny South to just west of Thomasville, crossing the Tom Bigby down to Chatham, approaching Citronelle. And again, we've got multiple tornado warnings in effect for Mobile County. We'll check that in just a second. But again, quickly, let's go back to Thomasville one more time, and we'll take a look at that velocity. And we've got John Olshu, who is in Thomasville right at this spot. And he is going to be in a prime position to let us know, let the world know what happens here. All right, John, you be careful. John, what you got now?
Yeah, we're starting to get a good bit of lightning here in the western sky. You can see right out in front of me, wind's picking up to about 30 or 40 with the rain coming across 43 there. So yeah, it's somewhere in here, I'm sure within about a mile or two of where I am, whatever the spin is.
All right, Bill, what you got real quick?
New severe thunderstorm warning from Birmingham for Autauga, Chilton, Perry, and Dallas.
Okay, so again, we'll go up there in just a second, okay? We'll take a look at that in a second, but again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas to the north. This would include parts of Autauga, Chilton, Perry, and Dallas. A severe thunderstorm is around Grist State Park, Paul Grist State Park. That's around Valley Grande moving east at 45, and that could produce some strong straight line winds. The reason we're focused on this spot at the moment, there's a tornado warning in effect here. We have to prioritize everything. So again, bottom line is, if you're in Thomasville, stay sheltered. Again, we're all watching together. John's camera here. John is in Thomasville, and we'll be able to see in real time what this thing delivers. So quickly, let's go up to our northern warning, Drew. This is for Autauga, Chilton, Perry, and Dallas. And this will have a better view coming from the Birmingham radar. So again, right here, this is your polygon. This is a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. This includes southern Chilton County. All right, southern Chilton County. Clanton is not in that polygon, downtown Clanton. This does include Verbena. It includes the community of Enterprise. That's not the Enterprise in Coffee County. That's the community in Chilton County. It includes Pletcher. This includes Billingsley, which is in Autauga County. It includes Plantersville, which is in Dallas County. The community of Jones. That's Mulberry Creek right there. And again, with this line segment, there could be strong straight line winds. So again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Chilton, northern Autauga, and the far northern part of Dallas County. Valley Grande is right there. Highway 22 runs up to Plantersville, Ryderville, Stanton, Maplesville. And we could see some very strong winds possibly within that line as it moves through those counties. So that's the situation there. Let's go back to Thomasville. And again, Drew is going to be working hard because we got a lot of stuff to watch. We're about to go down to Mobile in just a second, but real quick, let's check Thomasville. We'll take a look at the velocity display. And again, it doesn't look good on this scan. They come and they go. It comes and it goes. And it's really noisy and it's really tough. John Oldshoe, what do you got down there? What's it like?
Yeah, it's still staying about 30 or 40 miles per hour here with the winds, James. So I'm trying to figure out if it passed north or south of me here at the split. I think it was a little north.
Okay. And John's talking about that rotation, and the split is right here. That's Highway 5 going over to Pine Hill. That's 43 going up to Dixon's Mills. And again, John is right in the middle of that. And again, there's a tornado warning for Clarke County for the next 6 minutes. That rotation has been coming and going. The last volume scan, it was going. It kind of went away. But still, as long as the warning is in effect, stay sheltered along 43 and points east. Hopefully we can lose that soon. So let's go down to Mobile real quick. We've got the other tornado warning for the storm that is coming into the western part of the city of Mobile. All right. And so again, right here, this is the concern. And that line segment could be producing a possible small spin-up tornado near US 98 at the Alabama-Mississippi state line. And again, it wants to ride down Highway 98. And if you ever travel down 98, you come through Wilmer, you come through Sims, and then before you know it, you're right there into downtown Mobile. So again, the tornado warning polygon does not include downtown Mobile or US 43. Chickasaw, no. Saraland, no. Satsuma, no. Creola, no. It does include Sims, Wilmer, Chinchula, these communities north and west of Mobile. So again, that's a tornado warning for Mobile County for the possibility of a spin-up tornado coming into the county from Mississippi. And also, we've got another tornado warning to the north. This one's been here for a while. This is for extreme northwestern Mobile County and southwestern Washington County. And again, it's so challenging with these things that last for literally 1 or 2 minutes and they go away. But that's what we're dealing with tonight. And again, that's the situation. So tornado warning in effect for the western part of Mobile County for this storm. Let's go back up to Thomasville. We'll take a look at that one. This is the tornado warning in effect for northern Clarke County.
It's got a new in there.
Yeah, we've got a new tornado warning. You're right. Yeah. So here's our new tornado warning. All right, this is a new one. So this is going to include US 45, the US 45 corridor. That includes Citronelle. It includes US 43. That would include Creola, Axis, Bucks, Chastang, Mount Vernon, Calvert, and Malcolm for, again, a couple of different circulations in through here, moving through northern Mobile County. So this is a new tornado warning in effect for northern Mobile County. And I know that these warnings, it is confusing as could be. You got multiple tornado warnings that are coming and going. Bill, what you got?
Kevin's got a down tree at where he is. So we can take that in the box.
And he is, Kevin, tell us exactly where you are.
Hey, James, I'm on 43. Oh, we got another tree that just went down right in front of me.
All right, so this tree came down.
I don't know if you saw that in the video.
Yeah, so you were driving along and basically it almost hit you. You're fortunate. Did you sustain any damage?
No, there's no damage. The tree was down when I came up to this one, but the tree in front of this one came down as I was sitting.
Wow. So that's an example of what this thing is doing.
I'm pulling up to it now.
Okay. So again, Kevin Henderson has multiple trees down along 43. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, that middle severe thunderstorm warning, which also kind of overlaps that tornado warning that we just had issued, James. The Weather Service in Mobile has upgraded it to a 70-mile-per-hour wind because of those heavy winds that are approaching McIntosh and Mount Vernon there in the US 43 corridor.
All right, so here's the deal. The tornado warning, first off, let's give an all clear for Thomasville from that tornado warning. The tornado warning is gone. Tornado warning, northern Clarke, it's off the board. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Remember, severe thunder. You're watching Kevin's live stream. He's got trees down falling in front of him here on his live stream. These winds can blow down trees and power lines in a heartbeat. So remember, the severe thunderstorm warnings mean something tonight. The tornado warnings, they come and they go. It's a very quick whack-a-mole kind of game. It's hard to deal with these things. But again, we got severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down the line. The severe thunderstorm warnings include Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, the whole US 43 corridor. But let's go down to the tornado warnings in Mobile County. And again, this is where it gets a little confusing. We've got multiple tornado warnings in effect here. We have a northern tornado warning. This would include Citronelle. This would include Creola, Bucks, Axis, the US 43, US 45 corridors. But again, Citronelle, you should be in your shelter right now. And again, that is going to be moving over US 45 in a matter of minutes, and then US 43 in about 10-15 minutes from now. To the south, we have another tornado warning in effect. This is for the western part of Mobile County, and this basically gets up into western Mobile. It includes the University of South Alabama. You saw the USA tag that was coming right here. So again, the western part of Mobile, including USA, under a tornado warning for the rotations you see here coming right down Highway 98. Those rotations are coming right down 98 toward Mobile. And I know we've had a lot of tornado warnings, and it's very confusing because they come and they go. But Drew, this is just the way it works on a night like this. It's hard. This ain't easy.
Yeah, that's for sure, James. It's right now it seems like we're starting to kind of get into things are starting to ramp up a little bit there. And again, you can see multiple circulations here that again, like James has been talking about. It's really difficult when you've got something right here, probably you've got something right here. We have something right here. You've got several different circulations potentially that are being kind of covered by this one tornado warning polygon. And again, each of these could have a fairly quick spin up that could last seconds, a minute or two. It could not actually be a spin up yet. It could just be a straight line wind. So again, that's the hard part about this, is trying to cover this. And they're so quick too. One scan, they're there. One scan, they're not there. So again, just looking at this is just another good example of this product here that we were talking about, that rotation detector. You can see along that area there where we're seeing those little kinks, and you can see these little kind of waves in the product there. So that's definitely indicating that there's some wind shear there, that there's likely some damaging wind and potentially some tornadic circulations within those areas. Again, like James mentioned, basically just right past the state line, moving into Alabama, moving into Mobile County there along the 98 corridor, and starting to get some of that yellow that you see there. I'm going to switch it back to velocity, because when we start to get up into that part of the color palette, I start to get a little bit more concerned. So I'm going to switch back to velocity, and yeah, still continuing to look concerning there just to the west of Wilmer. So again, if you're in Wilmer right now, anywhere in that western part of Mobile County near the state line, Georgetown, places like that, you certainly want to be sheltered at this point, because that's looking like it certainly could be causing some issues there, James.
All right, thank you. JP, what you got?
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget, further north, we also have a severe thunderstorm approaching the Billingsley-Clanton area. A lot of lightning out of that storm, so they need to be in a safe place as well. Let's don't forget about our friends in Chilton County as well.
We've been watching some of those Chilton County cameras, and again, we've seen a lot of lightning. This is the storm JP was talking about. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Chilton and northern Autauga and extreme northern Dallas, right around Mulberry Creek. And again, we've got evidence of really strong winds. It's come across the Mulberry Creek. It's come across through Plantersville and Jones. And now it's moving into extreme southern Chilton and northern Autauga counties. Again, that'll be coming right through Billingsley. This is US 82. Billingsley High School is right there. This is the Enterprise community in Chilton County, not the one in Coffee County. And again, Interstate 65 is right here. So we have a batch of strong straight line winds coming across extreme southern Chilton, northern Autauga counties. Those strong winds will likely stay north of Prattville, north of Montgomery, south of Clanton. Downtown Clanton, not in the polygon here, but this is a severe thunderstorm warning polygon for strong, potentially damaging straight line winds for that line segment that is coming out across northern Autauga and southern Chilton. All right, let's go back down to Mobile. We're going to do a lot of bouncing here because we have multiple problems here. You can see that we've got these tornado warning polygons in effect for much of northern Mobile County. The northern polygon is for this line segment coming through Citronelle right now. And like Drew talked about, there are multiple little spin-ups within this line. They are so challenging to deal with. They come and they go, but they can drop a tornado just like that. Tornado's down for 3 minutes and it's gone. That's the way these things work. They're short-lived and they're hard to deal with, but they could be there. So again, if you are in these polygons, we ask that you respect the polygon and you be sheltered. Small room, lowest floor. Near the center, no windows. You're going to wear a helmet. No mobile homes. You need to be in a shelter or a business that can serve as a shelter. And no cars. Nobody should be traveling in any of these tornado warning polygons, which means no traveling along US 98, US 45, US 43, the major routes north and west out of Mobile. And I hate to say that, but it's midnight, and most folks don't travel at this hour of the night, but we advise nobody traveling on these highways. You saw Kevin Henderson, his video. Kevin was on US 43. Trees were going down in front of him. Pretty remarkable scene down in South Marengo County, and that's an example of what these things can do. And within this entire line, they're certainly capable of doing that. Let's go to John Olshoe. John's in Thomasville. John, what was it like for you there?
Yeah, James, it was honestly like a tropical storm. It had the car rocking. I think we were probably getting 50 or 55 mile per hour winds. It's still blowing pretty good here in the line. I think you can see it out here. It's just coming down the street. Me and a police officer over here by the bank trying to take a little bit of shelter, but it has really gotten windy as the line has gotten in here, and having the wind blowing down 43 here. Like I said, looked like it was 50 to 55 miles per hour at the peak.
Yeah, John, that's clearly enough to knock down trees. And again, John is in Thomasville. That's an example of what this line is doing. Winds at 50, 55 miles an hour. And for a little bit, Thomasville was under a tornado warning. The tornado warning's gone away, but this entire line could produce damaging straight line winds. So again, from near Pine Hill down to Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Citronelle, that whole line, it's nasty with strong winds. And again, what you see is what you're going to deal with from John's camera. JP's got our Mobile Sky Cam pointed back off to the west, and we're going to watch that with great interest. Our Region Sky Cam in downtown Mobile as it comes on through the city in the next 30 minutes or so. In fact, let's go down to Mobile County, and remember the whole line is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the severe thunderstorm warnings extend down into South Mobile County, but these tornado warnings, we have two of them. We have one that includes extreme southern Washington and northern Mobile counties, and again, this includes US 45 and US 43 for the possibility of rotations. Let's check the velocity real quick, and again, you can just pick out these little spinners. I mean, they spin up, they spin down, they spin up, they spin down, they come and they go. To the south, it's the same thing, exact same thing. These little isolated rotational areas. And again, this is the segment coming right down Highway 98. And again, the University of South Alabama is in this polygon and the western part of Mobile. Of course, downtown Mobile is right here. JP, I've not seen that much lightning. Have you on that camera?
No, I haven't. I've been paying attention to the Clanton webcam, and I've seen a lot more lightning in the northern part of that line, which is strange, but not seeing a lot to the south. But again, being in the middle of the night, it's just going to be hard to see anything, unfortunately, with these overnight events that we're working tonight.
Yeah, we're watching the lightning count. There's only 9 strikes in this sector. That's not that many. So the lightning is not that frequent, but yet the winds are very strong, and we have the chance of a few isolated tornadoes in through here. Drew, any reports of damage so far from these, from you?
The only thing that I'm seeing that the Weather Service in Mobile just mentioned was trees down at Choctaw along Highway 17, which I think we'd already heard of some, maybe wasn't Choctaw, maybe in further to the north, but along Highway 17. But that came in from the National Weather Service in Mobile, but I'm not seeing a lot of other ones. I don't know, Bill, are you seeing anything?
No, that Chandrika Johnson, our sky watcher in Butler, reported that same thing, and I think that's probably what got relayed to the National Weather Service in Mobile. But of course, we had an earlier report, from one of our social media contributors who, spotted something closer to Toxie. So a lot of wind, wind damage right there along Highway 17 as that was moving across. And interestingly enough, the Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a wind advisory now because, while all this is going on over North Alabama now, winds are gusting to 30 miles an hour behind that gust front out of the north. So it's going to be a very windy, chilly, raw day, and winds are going to gust to 40 miles an hour at times, even outside of thunderstorms. So people are going to start noticing this over the next few hours.
Yeah, and another thing I'll mention real quick, Bill, I just saw Brian Falls, one of our sky watchers, said that the Mobile County 911, he's not seeing any weather-related calls coming in there yet.
Yeah, North Alabama, it's windy and cold. Temperatures are going to come down in the 40s over the next few hours, and it's not a pleasant feel to the air. But again, we're focusing on southwest Alabama because of this line of severe storms that is moving into the western part of Mobile County. We have a couple of tornado warning polygons here. This is not the type of tornado that we sometimes see in March or April, that's a long track tornado that's down for 30 minutes, an hour, hour and a half. No. These are very short-lived spin-up tornadoes along a long QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, a squall line, and they're hard to deal with. And every office treats them differently. Weather Service office in Mobile, they're going to try and catch them all tonight. So you're going to see a lot of these polygons coming and going. But again, we've got one tornado warning that includes US 45 and US 43 north of Mobile. That would include Citronelle, Mount Vernon, Axis, Bucks, Chastang. And again, Drew, you're watching. These things are just so hard to deal with. And again, we're trying to see any debris being lofted. That's all noise. We really don't see any tornado debris signature here. But real quick, let's look at the new tornado watch. We got a lot going on. I want to just give you a glimpse of this new tornado watch until 7 a.m. for parts of east and southeast Alabama. So this is your new tornado watch until 7 a.m. This includes, and of course we have the existing tornado watch here. The new one is over here. This one includes areas as far north as Chambers County, as far north as Randolph County, Lee County, Tallapoosa, Coosa. This includes the Montgomery Metro, Watauga, Elmore, Montgomery, of course all the way down to Dothan, Geneva, and Andalusia. So basically all of South Alabama is under a tornado watch at this point. Yes, sir.
And James, what you're going to see when you can see that outflow boundary dropping south, and as soon as it clears those counties, they're going to be out of the severe weather threat. So for our friends, they're thinking this is going to last till 7 a.m. in places like Randolph County. That's not going to happen.
That's a good point. I mean, we can clear these counties real quick. And again, we can clear these counties within the next couple of hours. The only part of Alabama that might see a storm as late as 7 o'clock might be Houston County. This stuff is going to be ending pretty quickly. So let's go back to the radar. And again, just wanted to show you that big picture of the new watch. So here we go. This is the Mobile radar. We have tornado warnings in effect for the northern half of Mobile County. A severe thunderstorm warning is far. Let's go down to the south, Drew. Let's see how far south that warning goes. Almost down to BLB down here, Bayou La Batterie. And this includes the western shore of Mobile Bay and the city of Mobile. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, wanted to point that out. And again, we've still got a little tornado warning here for across the state line in Mississippi for what could be a small spin up there. But again, let's kind of work our way back to the north, and we've got the southernmost tornado warning includes US 98, US 45. That would include Wilmer and Sims. The northern tornado warning up here, this would include places like Russell, Bucks, Chastang, Axis, Creola. And it does include Interstate 65. The Dolly Parton Bridge is right here. And so, again, we're encouraging, and really, I would not want to be driving anywhere within this line. And again, the line is wavy, and we got these little spin-ups here, but all along the line, there's a chance of strong, potentially damaging straight-line winds. And that is really more of a problem in terms of the aerial coverage of damage potential. It's straight-line winds, not the little spin-up tornadoes. But the tornadoes can be a problem, and again, we'll know very quickly once this gets into Mobile. And notice that the metrics here, JP, what's a dew point sitting down there in Mobile right now? It's
Mobile, the dew point's currently 72, so it's pretty juicy air mass.
Man, that is juice for March. A dew point of 72 is more typical for June or July or August. But on occasion, you can see those high dew points in March, and that's typically in advance of a dynamic storm system like this where you can have severe thunderstorms. So again, we've got a very juicy air mass. And notice the wind, sustained wind at 25, gusting to 30 in advance of the line out of the south, pulling in that very tropical, muggy air. You can feel that as you walk out if you're in Mobile tonight. Now, once the line passes, again, we stress, you're done. This is a one and done. This line passes, that's it. There's nothing behind it except just good old-fashioned rain and cooler air that you'll be feeling tomorrow. And these are the only 2 tornado warnings in the state. All of the other warnings are severe thunderstorm warnings. But let's expand this out. Let me just kind of show the whole line here. This line segment runs from western Wilcox County, again, out here toward Gee's Bend, Catherine, Pine Hill, down to Grove Hill, down to Jackson, down to Citronelle, back into coastal Mississippi, down toward Biloxi. Along the entire line, we have severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple of tornado warnings here. We've been talking about these for 30 minutes. Let's quickly look at our storm that's coming through northern Autauga in extreme southern Chilton County. And again, this is a situation where strong winds are likely. And again, we'll pop on the velocity, and we're starting to see some of the skits here. And again, that's representative of very strong winds. The strong winds coming through Billingsley. They'll be coming through the community of Enterprise, that's in Chilton County. Again, Old Kingston, you know, they were hit hard by a tornado a couple of years ago in January. That'll be crossing Interstate 65, US 31, and that segment will keep on moving ultimately out here toward Lake Jordan. Community of Titus is here. We'll see if that holds into Elmore County. But again, the concern here, it's strong straight line winds. So again, we have potential for damaging straight line winds coming through northern Autauga, north of Prattville, and extreme southern Chilton County. And again, that'll be up on Interstate 65 soon. Clanton is here. The stronger winds are south of Clanton in extreme southern Chilton and northern Autauga counties. And again, that ultimately is going to be affecting places like Marbury and Pine Hill, which is right here. Again, this is north of Prattville. Yes, sir.
New tornado warning for west central Mobile, James, for that circulation between Wilmer and Tanner Williams.
All right, so let's go back down to Mobile County. And again, this is a new tornado warning, and we got 3 of them now. 3 separate warnings for areas within this line. The new warning is this one right here. Again, Tanner Williams is located right here. And again, it's just like everything else we have seen for this entire event, Drew. This is whack-a-mole to the extreme.
Yeah, James, for sure. And you can see it's really close to the radar site here. This is the radar site right there. You see the MOB label right there. See that little hole, cone of silence there. So we're really close. We're sampling that not far off the ground. Looks like it's just 100 or so feet off the ground is what you're seeing. And that's the little signature right there to the south of Tanner Williams there. And you've got a little bit of a bullseye in inbound velocity. We'll take a quick look at it. And it's not showing it to be extremely high velocities at this point, but it's still going to be some gusty winds at a minimum there. Take a look at the storm relative and see a little bit more of a circulation there. But it looks like it, again, like we've talked about, it looks like it was a little bit more of a tighter circulation just a scan or so ago. And maybe by now it may already be starting to kind of broaden back out a little bit here. But again, we've got the tornado warning is in effect here. So you can see a little bit of it, maybe a little bit of an appendage there. Yeah, had a little bit more of a hook, a little of appendage there showing up in the previous couple of scans. So definitely something you still want to take seriously there if you're kind of in the area of the Mobile Airport and further back towards the west towards Tanner Williams and Big Creek Lake. You want to be in your shelter just as a course of least regret there. It looks like, James, as things are moving further towards the east. But again, the signature not looking too bad at this point, but still could be potentially a brief weak tornado is certainly possible with this, I would say.
All right, thank you, Drew. Again, it is now 12:02, and welcome to Thursday, March 12th. We've got multiple tornado warnings in effect for parts of Mobile County, and we have 3 different tornado warning polygons. And I know when you get so many polygons, that gets very confusing. Normally, we can call out the location of a tornado. I can call a barbecue joint, a Walmart, a barn. But in this case, these things come and they go. They come and they go. And we just can't do that. So we just have to say, if you're in a polygon, please do something. Please take care of yourself. Tornado precautions, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. So let's expand. Let's look at all 3 of these things. All right, we got 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. these are pretty big ones. The first one is for the northern part of the line here. And again, you can see these things. You can just see these circulations within this line. A nasty middle of the night QLCS thing with multiple little spin up tornadoes that come and they go. But again, just stay sheltered as long as you're in the polygon. That's the best thing to do. The northern polygon covers US 45, US 43, Citronelle, Bucks, Axis, places like that, Chastang, Mount Vernon. The middle polygon, that would include US 98. Now, if you're in Wilmer, it's all past you, all right? The line has come on through. Possible rotation near Sims. And again, next up is USA, University of South Alabama. If you're on campus, you need to be sheltered. They got a great meteorology program. They're good. It's a marvelous school. They do great work. In fact, I'll be at CCAPS, their annual conference next month. I can't wait to speak. I love spending time at USA. But again, everybody at USA should be sheltered right now. You're in the polygon. And we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend this out. Drew's going to do a storm track on this. And again, this is gives you some approximate arrival times. And again, you can see downtown Mobile at 12:28, Spanish Fort over on the eastern side of Mobile Bay at 12:42, Loxley and Baldwin County about 1 o'clock. So again, that's an approximate time of arrival of this squall line. This will be affecting the Gulf Coast. A lot of folks asking about Dauphin Island. And tell you what, we've got, JP, if we can get that northern Dauphin Island camera, maybe looking north. We have 2 cameras on Dauphin Island. We have one on the Gulf side, one on the Bay side, or on the northern side of this, and kind of maybe look up into this. Maybe we'll see something, but we can certainly watch that line as it comes into Dauphin Island. We have 2 sky cams there. We have sky cams at Fairhope. We have sky cams at Point Clear. We have sky cams at Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. They're all over the place down here. So we'll be able to see that as they come in. And again, that's the northern Dauphin Island sky cam looking north into that. And look at that dew point of 73. Wow. South wind at 25, averaging 25, gusting to 34. That's the air feeding into this. But thanks, JP. Let's go back to Mobile. We're going to leave the Mobile camera on until this thing passes downtown Mobile, and we'll watch it coming right into the city here. And again, this is where we're going to start to, if we've got anything down, we're going to find out real quick what's going on here in terms of damage, and that we're getting into a very densely populated area. Bill, go ahead.
Just watch counties being cleared, James, Choctaw, Hale, and Marengo.
Right. Again, once the line passes, you're done with it. Go to sleep, relax. But Drew, what you got? Is that debris?
It's possible. Again, this is with all the additional noise out here, it's kind of hard to tell, but that little lowering right there, that little yellow circle that I've circled in white there, it's lining up pretty well with this little notch here in reflectivity and also the velocity signature. You have a little bit of a couplet there. So if anything might be that could be it. But again, this could just be there for a scan. But still, this just gives us further confidence that there's probably some sort of weak, brief tornadoes that are occasionally spinning up along these areas that we're seeing rotation there within the tornado warning polygon that, again, includes 8 Mile, University of South Alabama, I'm going to pronounce that wrong. Malvilla.
That's it. Malvilla.
Okay, there we go. So Malvilla. So you're, if you're in those areas there again along US 45, and it looks like it's just starting to move. It's just kind of moved to the east or to the north of US 98 there between Wilmer and South Alabama. But any of these areas, that definitely is kind of concerning what we're seeing there with that. At least it may be fairly transient evidence that there's been maybe a little bit of damage that's been done with this.
All right, Drew, thank you. It's 12:07 a.m. on Thursday, March 12th. Anytime I think of March 12th, I think of the blizzard of 93. We'll talk about that later today. This is the anniversary of that generational storm. So again, a line of severe storms with the potential for small, brief, spin-up tornadoes that are very dangerous. And that's the reason we have 3 different tornado warning polygons in effect for Mobile County. And again, these are tornadoes, if they're there, that could create a lot of damage in a very short amount of time over a very small area, but they're dangerous. So again, we hate to ask you to do this. I know it's after midnight, in the middle of the week on a school night, but if you're in any of these 3 polygons in Mobile County, we recommend that you be sheltered. Small room, lowest floor, near the center. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. No windows, helmet if you got one. Everybody needs a helmet. That's for adults too. Most people that lose their life in tornadoes or those that are seriously injured, it's blunt force trauma above the shoulders, and having a helmet on is very important. Should be part of your plan. And no one should be in a trailer, a mobile home, if you're in a tornado warning polygon. There is no safe place in a mobile home. Mobile homes offer wonderful, affordable housing, but you can't stay there during a tornado warning. And the same thing for a car. Cars are great. They get you to places, it beats walking, but you can't be in a car. A car is a death trap during a tornado. And I know that most of these major routes are involved here, including I-65. I-65's in this polygon right here, out around the bridge over at Mobile Bay. US 43, US 45, US 98, they're all in these polygons. So I would clearly avoid them, and quite frankly, I would not want to be in any part of this line driving into it. We watched John Olshoe in the live stream here. John was in Thomasville when it came through. John estimated winds at 50, 55 miles per hour, and all up and down this line. It's pretty tough. So latest warnings here, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for northern Baldwin, parts of western Escambia and southern Monroe counties. Basically from Monroeville south for this line. It seems as if the area to the north of Jackson, the wind velocities have come down a bit up here, up toward Grove Hill, which is good. Grove Hill, Pine Hill, Thomasville, they were nasty for a while, but this is your new severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this includes Frisco City, it includes Monroeville, it includes Excel, it includes Uri, it would include the northern part of Baldwin County, around Stockton, over into Escambia County. It includes Atmore here. So again, just be aware that we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, the chance of strong, potentially damaging straight line winds coming in here, and that's the reason for that warning. And understand a tornado is going to be possible anywhere within this line. A brief spin-up tornado is possible within the line as it comes on through. All right. JP, puts up East Chilton if we can. On your lower part down here, we've got the storms coming through Chilton County to the north, and I want to mention that the lightning has been pretty impressive on that particular camera. This is a sky cam. We have one of our region sky cams oh yeah, wow. This is the one in I think there's one in East Chilton. If we can pull that one up, JP, that one also is offering some pretty incredible views of this, and we have very strong straight line winds. Very strong straight line winds that are coming within this line, not tornadic type winds, coming through southern Chilton and northern Autauga counties. The winds have come on through Billingsley. Yes, sir.
New severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include now central Baldwin, central Mobile into Escambia County, Florida, James.
Okay, and we'll go to that in just a second. But again, we just wanted to show this segment and look at the lightning display coming from these sky cams we have on the Region Skycam network. Wow. With this line right here, again, no evidence of a tornado, but strong straight line winds. That's about to come over into I-65 south of Clanton. So again, this will include Verbena, Marbury, Pine Level. This is north of Clanton. This includes Old Kingston. And again, winds could exceed 50, 55, maybe 60 miles per hour. And again, we'll watch that carefully. So again, that's the activity in southern Chilton and northern Autauga. Let's go back down to Mobile. We'll take a look at our new warning. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning. It's in effect for pretty much all of Mobile and Baldwin counties.
Also a new tornado warning as well.
Okay.
Includes downtown Mobile.
Yeah, so let's go back to the Mobile radar. So we have a new tornado warning that is being extended into downtown Mobile. So let's go back to our Mobile camera. Thank you, JP. And again, JP, if you see anything, raise that and just break in and let us know. Again, we've got a potential tornadic circulation, one of many spin-ups along the line that's coming into downtown Mobile. So the severe thunderstorm warning includes basically all of Baldwin County. The tornado warning includes downtown Mobile, and we have multiple tornado warnings, and I know it's confusing. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 polygons on this map. I understand it's confusing, but trying to communicate this stuff is tough. I'd say the best circulation, Drew, is right here.
Yeah, that looks like the one that I would say looks the strongest at this point. But, you know, it's been lasting a few scans, you know, typically. But you can certainly see there that I think that's the one we were looking at just a few minutes ago as well. And it has continued to maybe maintain itself a little bit more than some of the others. So that one's kind of heading towards US 45 there, south of Mobile, heading towards Saraland there. Looks like eventually this will cross over 65 as it's, you know, again, north of Mobile, north of Pritchard and Chickasaw. So again, if you're in these areas, for sure, you want to be taking shelter. I mean, basically, this whole area is in a tornado warning polygon right now. So, you know, from Creola, Satsuma, Saraland, Chickasaw, Pritchard, downtown Mobile, Spring Hill College, the University of South USA, all these areas are within that polygon. But that would be an area that looks the most dangerous, I would say, at this point, James.
All right. And Bill, if one of y'all could check our user-generated, there's hundreds of these messages. If y'all could check the UGC and be sure I'm afraid we're missing some good video and images from our viewers, and I want to be sure we get those on the air that helps us communicate the story. Again, we've got multiple chasers in the field. We've got John Oshu and Kevin Henderson out tonight. And we've got, of course, the Region Skycam network, which is what you see down here. This is the rotation detector, and again, you can see, like Drew talked about, when you begin to see the yellows in this product, this rotation detector product, that's when it really gets your attention. And we've seen that from time to time. For a couple of volume scans, it goes away, it comes right back. It pulses up and it pulses down. But just be aware there could be a brief tornado that could be anywhere in the Mobile metro. And because of the nature of this, I just can't be really specific. We just can't do that. It's not that kind of a night. It's just a situation where everybody in these multiple tornado warning polygons, you just got to be sheltered and be in a safe place. And again, I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 different polygons here. It's kind of messy, but it is what it is. And I know it's after midnight on a early Thursday morning, but again, if you're in Mobile, any part of Mobile, you got to be sheltered. This includes the Causeway and the Bayway, Interstate 10, US 90. We don't want anybody driving. We prefer for nobody to be in a trailer, a mobile home. You need to be sheltered for this thing. And even if there is no tornado, there are very strong straight line winds, within this line right here. And again, enough to knock down trees and power lines. And we're going to work on seeing if we can get some images from our viewers across the state of
we're not seeing anything.
Okay. Well, I'll it's probably coming in on the other side then. I'll look on the Twitter side. So again, that's the deal. So again, everybody be sheltered in the northern half of Mobile County. This is the Mobile Delta right here. Again, that's Interstate 65. Dolly Parton Bridge is right here. That's the Bayway. That's the Causeway. And JP, anything you've seen on the Skycam there? This thing's getting really close to you on those Region Skycam.
Keeping my eyes peeled on the Skycam, not seeing anything remarkable just yet. And hopefully it stays that way.
Okay. And again, this is in real time. What you see down below. That's Bill. This is on what building? Renaissance in Mobile.
Yes, the Renaissance. The Renaissance Tower, the big building downtown Mobile. Okay,
so this is on top of the Renaissance Tower, downtown Mobile. It's got a great view of the incoming storms, and again, we'll kind of watch that all together. We've got winds averaging 24, gusting to 32 at this point. Temperature 74, dew point 72. Very, very rich low-level moisture. Yes, sir.
And new severe thunderstorm warning for Autauga, Elmore, Chilton, and Coosa, James.
All right, so again, we'll check that out in just a second. But again, there's your line of severe storms coming into Mobile. Within that line, we could see damaging straight line winds, possibly a few tornadoes. We've got tornado warning polygons blanketing the northern half of Mobile County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning polygon for most of Baldwin County, parts of western Escambia, and southern Monroe counties. From Monroeville south down through Frisco City, down toward Uri. And again, anywhere within this line, we could see strong damaging straight line winds, and within the line, the chance of an isolated brief spin-up tornado. And again, there's a look at our warnings. Let's go up to our new warning to the north. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for basically all of Coosa and parts of Elmore County. This is your new warning. And Drew kind of explained that skid. I know we have no tornado warning here, but people are asking what's the deal with the circles. So explain that skid we're seeing.
Yeah, so that is basically showing again that there is some rotation at least within the lowest couple of tilts of the radar. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado for sure, but it does mean that there's basically some rotation that's occurring that's able to reach the threshold that the computer algorithm will detect that. And so you can see here that where this is located, you've got some outbound velocity in the red there, pretty close to some of the green, the inbound velocity. And so it has to reach a certain threshold. You have to have the velocities be high enough and close enough together in order to produce that. And also you have to have kind of a large enough geographic area. Sometimes really small circulations are not picked up by this very well. And so a lot of times, like what we've been looking at down in Mobile County, there's a lot of smaller scale circulations that aren't necessarily being picked up by this. But this doesn't always necessarily mean there's a tornado. I will say that a lot of times these are do a better job when you've got more traditional supercellular storms that are stronger tornadoes and things like that, versus things like this, what we're dealing with tonight with this kind of squall line. It still tells you something that is going on, that you've got some wind shear, you've got some heavy winds, but doesn't always necessarily mean for sure that you've got a tornado. But it does get my attention. It makes me want to pay attention and watch things and check.
All right, so John Oldshoe's got some debris in the road, it looks like. John, if you can hear us, tell us where you are and what you got.
Yeah, James, I am south of Grove Hill. We may have had a tornado, one of those small spin-ups come across.
Okay, and for those that can't hear John, he's south of Grove Hill on US 43, and John believes there possibly could have been a small spin-up tornado that came through there, and that's a tree down along US Highway 43. And again, that's John who is going to pull the tree, looks like get that big tree limb out of the road. And again, this is US 43, and this is one reason we don't want people driving tonight. Go ahead, John.
No, that was a big piece of sheet metal.
Oh, sheet metal. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess you have no idea where it came from.
No idea. There was a lot of tree limbs as well. So something happened right here. Let me see where I am exactly. This is a well, I don't know. Somewhere between somewhere near Grove Hill.
Okay.
I'm on the south side.
So again, we got sheet metal flying, and again, it's very possible a spin-up tornado could have come through somewhere in this vicinity here with that line. So just be aware of that. And again, that's from John Oldshoe, who has been out all night, and we thank John for his work. Initially, I thought that was a tree, but John is right. That's a piece of sheet metal. It's debris. We don't know where it came from. All right, back to our tornado warnings in Mobile County. It's a mess down here. Let's go back to our Mobile Skycam, JP. We'll look at that in the lower part. And again, the Chilton County camera is lighting up like a Christmas tree, our East Chilton camera on the Region Skycam network. This is the view from the Renaissance Tower in downtown Mobile. And what's interesting to me is the lack of lightning here. It's not that much. Normally, lightning would be illuminating everything, but I'm seeing, look at the counter here, 1, 2, 0. I mean, there's just not much lightning at all here, but yet the winds are very strong. And from time to time, we've seen evidence of small-scale circulations. And again, you can see those hot spots. Really, most of them have been close to US Highway 45 here. And those circulations are kind of coming into US 43 and Interstate 65. US 43 here, Interstate 65 right here. Yeah, USA, University of South Alabama right here. Spring Hill College is here. Downtown Mobile is here. That's where this camera is located. So Mobile, you're under a tornado warning. I know it's not a pleasant thing to do on a Thursday morning at 12:22 a.m., but it is what it is. It is mid-March in Alabama, and this kind of stuff happens. The tornado warnings they're based on radar-indicated small spin-up circulations that come and they go, and it's hard to deal with. The Weather Service in Mobile is taking cover. Tallahassee is going to take over for warnings. So Cameron Young of the Weather Service in Tallahassee is now indicating that he's taking over the warning ops for Mobile and Tallahassee while they shelter. So the National Weather Service in Mobile, they have sheltered. Their office is out near the Mobile Regional Airport, and Tallahassee is now working the warnings out of Mobile. And that's the way it works when you've got a Weather Service office that goes down for whatever reason. An adjoining office will take over for them when it comes to issuing warnings. And we've seen this many times over the years for tornadoes where an office has to take shelter. They're like everybody else, but tornadoes on the way, you're in the polygon. You got to respect the polygon even if you work for the National Weather Service. And so Tallahassee is going to be issuing the warnings for Mobile, and now we just got word that Mobile is back. So Mobile is now back on the warning desk, and they've taken control back over from Tallahassee. So those are some logistical points, but again, we've got multiple tornado warning polygons down here. Let's expand this out a little bit, Drew, and let's see, I think we're down to, at one point we had like 5 of these things. I think we're down to 2. This one and this one. We've got 2 large tornado warning polygons for that line. Let's put the reflectivity back on here. That's the velocity, and again, you can see the line itself is approaching downtown Mobile, and that will be coming out across, of course, the bay into the eastern shore, which means if you're in Daphne, if you're in Montrose, if you're in Fairhope, if you're in Point Clear, Spanish Fort, you'll deal with this. And again, we've got a string of cameras up and down the eastern shore. We'll be watching the line coming into the eastern shore this morning, and then ultimately Dauphin Island, Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, all the inland parts of Baldwin County, Robertsdale, Summerdale, Loxley, Bay Minette, and then western Escambia County, Huxford, Atmore, places like that up into Monroe County, Uri back up to Frisco City and Monroeville. So that's this mess down here coming into Mobile, and it's just that. It's just a really big mess. It's not good. But quickly, Drew, let's check on the other storm we've got that's coming into Elmore County out of Autauga County, north of Montgomery. You've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect up here. This is in effect for basically all of Coosa. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a pretty good chunk of Elmore County. The storm is on top of Lake Mitchell. Maybe some small hail falling in there. And again, with this, the main concern, strong, potentially damaging straight line winds. And there's the hail tracker. It looks like maybe Clanton had some hail with that as it came through. But again, within that line, we could see some pretty strong winds. We've seen some pretty hot greens here, those inbounds over the past 15, 20 minutes with this. And there's some really broad rotation here. That's not a tornado signature. But the winds have come down a little bit from what they were about 15 minutes ago. But still, they could produce some pretty strong winds. And notice this is Lake Martin right here. So that line segment will be crossing Lake Martin in about 15 to 30 minutes. So just be aware the winds could be really, really, really stiff here at this point as they come through Lake Martin, and then ultimately, of course, it moves over into Georgia. So let's go back down to Mobile. We're going to bounce back and forth between these various areas of severe weather in the state this morning. Severe thunderstorm warnings blanket much of Baldwin County, western Escambia, southern Monroe. And again, north of there, Drew, notice we have no warnings in effect for Wilcox. We got a lot of questions up in here. We'll kind of go to the north a little bit. I just wanted to show folks that in Dallas and Wilcox and northern Monroe, the storms have weakened tremendously up and through here. So they're not considered to be severe. I know you've got thunder and lightning and heavy rain and gusty winds, but the storms are not at severe limits. And accordingly, there are no warnings. No warnings for Dallas, no warnings for Wilcox, no warnings for northern Monroe. The warnings begin down to the south. That's where the better dynamic forcing is from that shortwave trough coming in from the Louisiana and South Mississippi. So we'll pop back on the Mobile radar. The chance of damaging winds stretching from near the Alabama River over here around Franklin in Monroe County, right down to about northern Baldwin County, around Fort Mims and Stockton, then right into downtown Mobile. And any damage reports, Drew? These things are coming through a very densely populated part of the world right now. If there's anything going on, we should know about it.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the what I would expect, and at least from what the weather services got in the Mobile chat. Again, they were taking shelter and things like that, but I haven't really seen any actual reports coming in recently, and just take a quick glance at our sky watchers, and looks like, yeah, not still seeing. This was about 10 minutes ago, but still, this was another confirmation that there weren't any 911 calls coming in Mobile County still as of about 10 or so minutes ago, and yeah, not seeing any reports so far. So I mean, that's good to see. If we can continue to keep that up, that's good, because like we mentioned, there were reports of at least trees down, a good number of trees down, and power lines down back in Mississippi with these storms earlier. And so if they're no longer producing as much, that's a good sign, obviously, and we're hoping that means that maybe we're starting to see a little bit of a downward trend. Although the fact that we still got tornado warnings, we've still seen some circulations in the line, but we haven't necessarily. I will say that with the velocity more recently, even though there has been rotation, we haven't seen super extreme values of the velocities themselves in recent times. And so, as I kind of scan along the line here, we're getting 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, maybe that, and again, we're pretty close to the radar, so there's a good chance that those kind of wind gusts are possible at the surface. But that could explain some of it here, is because, we're not seeing really extreme values as the storms are moving further towards the east, and as they get closer to the radar, we're not seeing, something up in the 60, 70 mile per hour range that would have a better chance of producing some sort of damage there, James.
Yeah, Ryan, let's take WEX 05 if we can, just for a minute. Again, if you missed it, this is from Kevin Henderson earlier tonight. And Kevin, these trees literally came down right in front of him. And you see the other one down there? I mean, let me back that up, and you can see the second tree falling. Watch down the road. And here it comes about right now. Wow. This is why nobody needs to be driving out here tonight. I just wanted to show you that it's really dangerous. We advise people not to drive. Wow, there's a closer shot of that. This is US 43, by the way. This is that is the major north-south route through West Alabama. And that's what's been happening with this line, is it's been coming through the western part of the state tonight. So trees falling in real time there. And again, that was from Kevin Henderson a little earlier this evening, and we thank Kevin for being out in this. What we do, it's the easiest job in the world. People like John and Kevin, they've got the hardest job in the world. But yeah, the wind velocities have really come down with this. That's the good news, that the greens are not as hot, the inbounds here, and so hopefully as the storms come through Mobile will come through unscathed here. So they're going to let the northern polygon go. It's gone. So we're down to one. And I would imagine they're going to let this thing go. We just don't really see any well-defined rotation here at this point. And understand, yes, there could be a spin-up tornado. There's no doubt about that. But again, the velocities have come down. The storms seem to be a little weaker. There's not that much lightning. And again, JP, have you seen anything on that camera?
Nothing yet. Keeping my eyes peeled. It's good news so far, and let's hope that trend will continue for the rest of this event.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see it in real time. This is not recorded, but what you're seeing down here, that is live from the Renaissance Center in downtown Mobile.
I would say by far the most active storm so far was that one that moved through northern Otaga, southern Chilton. That was quite a light show. There might be some wind damage up there, so we'll get a better idea in the morning if anything significant happened with that storm.
There's no doubt that the Chilton-Otaga storm had much more lightning than the Mobile segment down here. There's just not that much lightning with these storms down here. And again, notice all the storm reports are back in Mississippi, and I just haven't seen that many in Alabama. So let's go back up here to Elmore and Coosa real quick. So this is US Highway 231 from Rockford south down to Wetumpka. And that line is about to come into the US 231 corridor, and the main concern, strong straight line winds. And again, there's broad rotation here. That's not really a tornado signature. Within the radar beam, we've got winds of 53 miles per hour. And that's at radar beam height, not down at the surface, but we could easily see winds at the surface maybe reaching 50 miles per hour. And there might be some small hail in through here, but it's come right across Lake Mitchell. And again, next up, it's going to be coming across Lake Martin, which is right here. And ultimately, US Highway 280, which is right here. Alexander City here, Dadeville here, Camp Hill down here. So That is one line segment that's moving to the east. And if you're north of this, there's no issues. It's cold. Cold air coming in, temperatures are falling. It's stable. Interstate 20 north, rain, thunder, no chance of any severe storms overnight. The issues, it's well south of Interstate 20 and especially over southwest Alabama. So again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of Elmore and most all of Coosa counties. As this line comes on through, that'll be coming through Rockford soon. And if it holds together, that'll be impacting Alexander City and Dadeville along U.S. Highway 280, and then ultimately moving into perhaps Chambers County as well. So that's the segment that's in central Alabama. Let's go back down to Mobile. And again, we're going to be bouncing back on the road. And let's see, we got another tree down. Let's see, John, tell us what you got now. Goodness. And I think we just lost his.
Yeah, it looks like
we just lost John. John is on US 40.
Oh, you know what?
All right, we lost you for a minute, John. Try it again. You're near Jackson.
Yeah, I'm going to have to turn around for just a second. Hold on.
Okay. Again, John's got a tree down on US 43. This is near Jackson in southern Clarke County. And understand, this is not the first down tree we've had. There's a lot of trees that have been blown down. So again, John is going to get in a position that's safe where we can see that down tree. And this is an example of what the line has been doing. Again, John is kind of showing us with his headlights what looks like. Let's take that full again, Ryan. Again, this is we've seen this over and over. So, John, you're near Jackson, is that right?
Yeah, just on the north side of Jackson, James.
And
this is in the southbound lane. A pretty big tree.
Yeah, that's. It's been a rough ride. I mean, and understand we've seen this over and over on our chaser streams tonight, and I would imagine there's a lot of trees down in other places that we haven't seen. But that's an example of what these things have been doing. And again, John is located close to Jackson. That's US 43 right here. That's the Tom Bigby Bridge. And those storms are now east of John. So the winds have calmed down. The rain has calmed down. He's just got some light rain falling there. But again, in advance of that line, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for southern Monroe, western Escambia, most all of Baldwin. Let's go down to Mobile. And again, we'll take a close-up look. And Drew, it just looks like the thing is kind of fizzling a little bit, weakening. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think so too. It definitely looks like it's relaxed a little bit here in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. You are the core of some of the cells is moving right over the radar at this point. That could play some role in it, but it's the type of radar that generally that doesn't affect it too badly. And so, I think we are generally seeing at least some weakening here, and especially with the velocities. Like I said, you can definitely see that the organization, just even 20 or 30 minutes ago, we had all these kinks, everything kind of, you had these fairly tight gradients there on the edge of the storms, which when you see that usually indicates they're well organized and you've got some strong winds out ahead of them. But things have definitely gotten a little bit messier looking here in recent times. And so, hopefully maybe we're seeing a little bit of a downtick in these areas. And like you mentioned earlier, haven't seen whether Mobile has made any comments on what they're planning to do with that tornado warning. It still is. It's supposed to be valid for another, roughly 25 minutes or so. So they may elect to ride it out. I don't see any comments from them yet, other on what they might do with that. Although it does look like that they mentioned that the highest gust they've gotten out of the Mobile airport is 40 miles per hour. So again, that's a good sign, and that's kind of what we were seeing on the radar too. Is we were having a hard time finding anything more than 30 or 40 miles per hour with the wind velocity. So that backs that up and is good sign at this point.
Yeah, the winds have come way down with this thing. So again, at Mobile Regional Airport, the peak wind gust is just 40 miles an hour. That's not even close to severe limits. So if you're on the eastern shore, that bodes well, as the storms have weakened tremendously. And we talked about the storms maybe weakening after 2 a.m. Looks like they're starting to weaken right now, and that bodes well if you're in southeast Alabama. But still, We'll have to watch them carefully just in case something happens to ramp back up. But again, the news is good. The storms coming into downtown Mobile have weakened tremendously. The peak wind gust at the airport, 40 miles per hour. We can handle that. I would imagine this tornado warning is going to go away pretty soon. We see no evidence of any tornado at this point.
I think in the whole state, in terms of radar presentation, the strongest storm is the one approaching Rockford in Coosa County.
Yeah,
I think it's strangely enough at that northern end of the line.
I think you're right, and JP, and what they're saying in Mobile, they're going to drop the warning. They're going to wait one more volume scan, drop the warning. So again, we are very confident there's no tornado here in Mobile right now. It's 12:38 a.m. This warning is about to go away. Gusty winds. The winds are quite frankly below severe limits. I would imagine they'll leave the severe thunderstorm warning just in case it ramps up again. But when you get winds of 40, 45, remember 58, that's the severe criteria. 58 miles per hour. We see no evidence of that at this point. And again, we've still got these severe thunderstorm warnings for this, but that is a weakening line of showers and some thunder down in southwest Alabama. And again, that bodes really well if you're watching us in Gulf Shores, Fort Morgan, Orange Beach. Looks a whole lot better now than it did 15, 20 minutes ago. And again, if you're in south central or southeast Alabama, that's a good sign for you. If you're in places like Evergreen, Andalusia, Luverne, Greenville, that's good. And again, no warnings at all here in Wilcox and Dallas. And again, I think they could pretty much take these warnings out sooner than later. So let's go back up to our storm that JP was talking about, the one that really has been showing higher wind velocities. This might be the storm now with the highest wind velocity in the whole state, is the thunderstorm complex that is coming through Coosa County, right in here on US 231 around Rockford. And again, straight line winds, that's the main concern. And that will be moving over into Tallapoosa County, Alexander City, US 280, Jackson's Gap, Dadeville right here. There's Lake Martin. And again, you can see within the radar beam, winds are 32, 42 miles per hour. And that's still not really severe criteria. And again, this is in the radar beam. There could be a few spots down at the surface where the winds are a bit stronger. But there's been some pretty good wind signatures in here over the life cycle of this storm segment, especially coming through North Autauga and South Chilton. From time to time, we've seen broad rotation. But again, the warning continues in effect here. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for most of Coosa County, and that's for the next 20 minutes until 1 a.m. That includes northern Elmore. The wind velocities don't look as extreme down here in Elmore. Again, Wetumpka's involved in this and points north. Holtville, Slap Out. You're not supposed to say Holtville, it's Slap Out. So we'll keep a close eye on this. And again, JP's got the Montgomery camera on the Alabama Public Television Tower at Patterson Field looking north up into this. And we've watched some pretty amazing lightning from the Eastern Chilton camera and the Montgomery camera looking north into this. And again, that's the sky cam that's located right at in the parking lot of Patterson Field. You've seen that Alabama Public Television Tower there, Channel 26. So severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Coosa, Elmore. As the line continues moving east, be aware that's going to come across Lake Martin, Alexander City, and Dadeville in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Let's go back down to Mobile. And the Weather Service has officially taken the warning out. It's done, the tornado warning. So there are no tornado warning polygons. At one point, I think we had 5 of these things, but they're all gone. And the storms have weakened tremendously. And again, quite frankly, I don't see really any severe criteria type winds in here. Maybe there could be a spot, but it certainly bodes well for our friends on the eastern shore. Spanish Fort, Daphne, Fairhope, Point Clear, Wolf Bay. It looks a whole lot better for you as the things are winding down. Looks better for Monroe and Escambia counties as well. And still understand, I know it's pouring rain, there's thunder and there's lightning, and it's gusty, but they're not really severe by classic Weather Service definition. Large hail or damaging wind. But these things earlier did produce a lot of wind damage. And again, they produced a lot of trees down. You've seen from our folks in the field, trees coming down left and right. And I tell you what, we might have lost the chasers, so let's go back maybe to one of the links boxes if we can. We'll just kind of rotate through some of our sky cams if we've lost the chasers. I think that they're pretty much. We know what John's doing. He's probably getting a taco down at the taco stand in Jackson. You never know with John Oshue what he's going to do. But we'll put our rotational. Well, there's Kevin Henderson's stream. I think Kevin might be up. There's kind of spotty cell service in that part of the state. But again, I do want to thank Kevin and John. I believe Krista Pitchford has been out tonight. I want to thank all of our streamers in the field, the chasers. They provide the visuals that are critical. We've learned in social science studies, you want to see the weather. You want to see some goober standing in front of radar for 8 hours with nothing else. You want to see this stuff. It helps you make a good decision to keep your family safe. And so thanks to our folks in the field and JP for his work on the cameras tonight. And it's going to be critical. We've been through a lot of relatively minor events since we've started this network back in August. But trust me, we've got major events coming. We all know that. And we are really well equipped to handle those. And our goal is to mitigate loss of life. Every time we work one of these things, when nobody loses their life, nobody's hurt, that's a win. And to my knowledge, it's been that way tonight. So again, we're going to stay with this for a while. Again, the tornado watch was extended to the east to include southeast Alabama until 7 a.m. For most of you in that new watch, the watch is going to be canceled way before that. In fact, let's look at our tornado watch. And again, you can see South Alabama, parts of East Alabama, tornado watch, but those counties are going to be cleared very quickly from the northern edge of this. In fact, a bunch of those could be taken out already. And once the line passes, you're done. This is a one and done. When it passes, that's it. There's nothing behind it but colder air. In fact, you're going to feel that chill. The temperatures drop in the 40s. They're dropping now over North Alabama. And so many of these counties will be cleared out pretty soon. But that little segment coming right in through here, that's one to watch. So let's go back to Coosa and Tallapoosa and Elmore. Quite frankly, that's the strongest storm of the day right now in the state. It's not the ones down in Mobile and Baldwin counties and Monroe. It's this stuff right down here. So again, potential for strong winds. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning coming right into U.S. Highway 280. The storm's coming right into Rockford in Coosa County. And again, from there, it's going to be crossing over to Highway 280, Kellyton, Alexander City, Lake Martin, Dadeville, extreme northern Elmore County. And again, it looks like the winds might be flaring up again. The winds have been pretty impressive with this thing. And again, I've not heard of any damage. In fact, quite frankly, I've been mainly on the Mobile Weather Service chat. Let's go over to Birmingham. And again, Gerald Satterwhite's working the midnight shift over there. And Gerald is like, again, the main concern, it's strong winds with that line that's coming into Coosa County. And again, no evidence of a tornado here. Don't expect a tornado here, but just strong, gusty, straight line winds. And the good news,
the peak wind gust in the Mobile camera was 52. Not quite severe limit, but it's close.
Really, 52. So who knows the height of the Renaissance Tower? Bill, do you know? You're our real estate expert here.
I don't know, but I'll find out.
Okay. But again, the Mobile camera is up on one of the tallest buildings in downtown Mobile. And so at the street level, it's not going to be that bad. But that's a good observation, JP. So they did hit 52. How many floors?
28 stories, 374 feet.
Okay. So at that level, the peak wind gust exceeded 50. Down at street level, probably closer to 40, 45. Still, that's not quite at severe criteria. But again, that's a sign of, in fact, let's punch up Mobile real quick, JP, in your box there. We'll take a look at that and we'll see if that's changed any. Again, the line is coming through Mobile. Yeah, 52. That's our peak gust. So the peak gust in downtown Mobile, 52 miles per hour. And the dew points come way down. The dew point was 71, now it's 63. And again, it's a weakening line of showers and storms coming through Mobile and Baldwin counties. All the tornado warnings are gone. And if the weakening continues, these severe thunderstorm warnings will likely be gone. And again, that really bodes well. If you're in Andalusia, if you're in Geneva, if you're in Dothan, still always pay attention. And the other question people always ask, can I go to bed now? Well, if you've got a weather radio, you can go to bed whenever you want to. That thing will wake you up. It is loud. A NOAA weather radio. That is the baseline. Every home needs one. Every business needs one. That's the baseline of getting warnings. And so if you got one of those, you can go to bed whenever you want to. Trust me, you'll wake up if there's a warning or a watch. Again, the phones are great. Our app is amazing. What that thing does, it's unbelievable. But phones often go into a sleep or do not disturb mode at this hour, and you don't get any notifications, none. And you miss warnings. Now, for the tornado warnings, the WEA sounds, the wireless emergency alerts, which has nothing to do with an app. But again, we just think everybody needs that weather radio.
And also, I think we should mention there's also a flood advisory in effect until 1:45 for Jefferson.
Oh, okay. Let's look at Birmingham. Thanks, JP. We've been so focused on these South Alabama storms. Let's go to the Birmingham Metro, and we've got an aerial flood advisory in effect as the rain has been pretty heavy. And that's the Mobile radar. We'll pop on the Birmingham radar. There's the flood advisory right there, that little circle right over downtown Birmingham. And boy, it's just a big old mass of rain. I mean, just a big old mass of rain. So again, a flood advisory also for Tuscaloosa. That's the little, and this is not a flash flood warning. This is an advisory. So we've got aerial flood advisories for the city of Tuscaloosa and the city of Birmingham. Bless you. Nice. Again, the stronger storms are far south of Interstate 20. Interstate 20 north, there's no chance of any severe storms, just good old-fashioned rain. It's turning colder. Temperatures coming down into the 40s. But the stronger storm complex is right here. So we'll take a look at our Coosa-Elmore storm complex that's coming toward Lake Martin. This thunderstorm is capable of producing strong straight-line winds. And again, that's the radar coming out of Maxwell Air Force Base. And it's coming over toward Kellyton, Goodwater, Alexander City. It's pouring, big-time downpour in Rockford. Very windy. But the lightning has decreased. We're only seeing 8 lightning strikes in here. Most of them are up around Goodwater on US 280, but the lightning has decreased, and that's typically a sign we've seen some weakening. Probably some small hail. That's the hail tracker product. I would say hailstones probably pea size, maybe the size of a dime. And there's a look at the wind velocities, and we're still seeing evidence that's very gusty. We might see some gusts to 50 miles per hour in through here. And again, next up is Lake Martin. So if you got anything that might blow away in the yard, you might want to get that secure. And that this storm could be pretty windy, especially for the northern half of the lake. Looks like those stronger winds will pretty much stay in the Tallapoosa County side of Lake Martin here. But that will be affecting, again, areas really north of Dadeville. New site here, Daviston here, Horseshoe Bend School up here. Stronger straight line winds coming in. And again, JP's got the Region Center Skycam in downtown Birmingham. Just for the fun of it, let's go to Huntsville. JP, I want to see what the temperature is in Huntsville. Montesano Mountain Skycam. What you got? What's your temp there, JP?
Let's get it pulled up. Give me a second.
I think we're in the 40s.
So it looks like to me.
I don't think JP can see what's on the monitor.
47.
Yeah,
we
47.
got temperature 47, so it's cool. Dew point of 46, so it's definitely chilly up there.
Getting cold, and that's the cold air that's going to rush in here. And again, that's the cameras on top of Montesano Mountain. It's just light rain, cold, 47 degrees, and needless to say, you won't have any severe weather with that being the case. So we'll go back to our southern cameras to watch the storms. In fact, we might want to look at maybe Fairhope or Point Clear, JP, and that we've got the storms crossing Mobile Bay, and they'll be coming into the eastern shore. And we just, quite frankly, don't have much lightning down in Mobile and Baldwin counties. The storms have weakened tremendously. I mean, they packed a real punch when they came in, and they are just fading big time, which is a good thing. Bill, what you got?
New severe thunderstorm warning for northern Tallapoosa, eastern Coosa, and southern Clay. Just that cell keeps moving on.
Right,
to the east, northeast.
And that's this batch right here. That's the same segment. So the Weather Service will extend the severe thunderstorm warning to include northern Tallapoosa. That's about the northern half of Lake Martin. Dadeville, Alexander City, New Site, Daviston, Horseshoe Bend, then up into southern Clay County. This would include Mellow Valley, not Ashland, not Lineville. This is a fairly short line segment and basically right up and down Highway 231 here in Coosa County. And again, that'll be coming out across Highway 280, Kellyton, Alexander City, Dadeville, and then moving up into New Site, Daviston, and then ultimately maybe affecting parts of Randolph and Chambers counties here. And there's no tornado threat here. The concern, it's strong straight line thunderstorm winds that could possibly exceed 50 miles per hour in spots. So it's approaching 1 o'clock this morning, and again, we're going to stay here for a while. We'll have the place staffed all night. But again, we've got a weakening line of storms in South Alabama. These storms are much, much weaker down here. They're fading fast, which is good. Still, they might be strong enough to produce some gusty winds, especially up into northern Baldwin and parts of Monroe counties. We've got that one line segment right here that's producing some strong winds in Coosa County. So that segment and that segment, these are the two segments that are producing strong gusty winds. The storms that came through Mobile, they fizzled. They fizzled in a heartbeat, which is a good thing. The wind gust, the peak wind gust at the Mobile airport was 40 miles per hour. And that is well below severe limits, which is a good thing. So we're basically down to two line segments that could produce strong, damaging straight line winds. This segment here in Monroe County and northern Baldwin moving into Escambia County, and the segment here, which is in Coosa County, pushing into parts of northern Tallapoosa and extreme southern Clay counties. Again, that's south of Ashland and Lineville. For everybody else, it's just raining. Again, once this part passes you, your risk of severe weather is ended. And the weather's much colder. Again, we have 40s up here in the Tennessee Valley, and that cold air is going to overspread the state. Some of you in North Alabama might see some light frost Friday morning. Growers beware. And an even colder air mass comes in early next week. We could easily see a good freeze for the northern half of the state by Tuesday morning, with lows in the 25 to 32 degree range. Drew, what you got? Power out.
Yeah, just decided it'd be good to take a look at that. We hadn't really talked about it a whole lot because we hadn't been seeing really large amounts of reports of major power line issues or anything like that within the state. So just it looks like we've got a few scattered outages in some of the areas where there's been some of the heavier thunderstorms moving through over the last hour or two. So you've got some in Clarke, and you've got 700 in Clarke, 200 in Choctaw. Looks like obviously where do you expect, where you've got a lot of population there, 2,500 customers in Mobile County, where we have seen all those tornado warnings. And so it does look like there's been enough wind to do some damage to the infrastructure there, enough to produce some outages. Looks like 100 in Baldwin County at this point. As you move further to the north, it looks like there's a few that may have happened earlier on when some of the heavier storms were, or actually, it wasn't even necessarily storms. Earlier this afternoon, you didn't get a lot of really true thunderstorm activity in North Alabama, but there were some really gusty winds. There was a gust front that came through. We saw some gusts of 40, 50 miles per hour. So I think some of this that we see up there in the northern part of the state, in Winston, Coleman, Lamar, and Fayette counties, may have just been related to some of the gradient winds or that gust front that was coming out ahead of some of the rain that was coming through there. So again, nothing too crazy right now. And you see there's more outages further back into a good bit more of them in southern Mississippi, and it looks like southeastern Louisiana. So hopefully we're going to continue to do okay here with the power outages, James.
Yep, and again, when the storms entered Mobile County, they did pack a punch. They were really strong. And again, if you have watched our coverage, you've seen a lot of trees down and lines down. Bill, what you got?
New severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Butler, Monroe, Escambia, and Conecuh, James.
So again,
and a quick note from Morgan Berry, the Weather Service in Mobile, about a water spout, James, in Mobile Bay. Water spout likely ongoing northern part of Mobile Bay, east of Dog River. That just in.
Let's go to that Point Clear camera, JP. Let's see if you can stir up a water spout here. Let's take a look at that. It'll be over on the western side of Mobile Bay. We'll take a look at the velocity and see if we can see any evidence of anything rotating down there. It's kind of tough to see, and obviously at night we're not going to be able to see much. Again, we'll flip over to the Point Clear camera that's at the Grand Hotel, which is down here below Fairhope on the eastern shore, kind of looking back into this. I would imagine they're looking at this spot right there, coming out over the middle of Mobile Bay. So there might be a little small water spout there. Again, this is not a tornado. These storms are just a little, in fact, there's no thunder and no lightning. I mean, zero. No thunder, no lightning. So we can't get the lightning to illuminate anything. So again, it's there could be a small water spout there in the bay, but this would not be the kind of tornado that would be a major problem here. So again, if we can punch up, there we go. There's the Point Clear camera. And you can see the flags are pretty stiff. We don't have the weather data at Point Clear, but we got the live camera. That is live at 12:58, 1 a.m. And again, we've got that kind of looking back into Mobile Bay. And let's check the Fairhope camera while we're looking at both of these on the eastern shore, just to see if we see anything from the eastern shore side. And it's just pitch black. It's tough to see anything. Very tough. And there's no lightning. Again, not one single lightning strike. These are just basically rain showers here. So again, we're not concerned about any water spout making landfall and becoming a tornado here. That would be just a very short-lived water spout. So let's go back to that new severe thunderstorm warning, Drew. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of South Alabama for this part of the line segment you see here. And this line segment is going to be coming through Escambia and Conecuh and the southwestern part of Butler County. And we'll put the reflectivity back on. That's the velocity. There's the reflectivity. It's kind of a thin line. There's a little thunder and lightning here. It's about to come through Monroeville, Frisco City. Evergreen is here. Castleberry is here. Bruton here. This is Georgiana. And Interstate 65 is this long, good old, we call it the Highway of Doom because you never know with I-65. But I would probably not want to be driving along I-65 in weather like that, in that we've got that line of storms coming through. No evidence of any rotation, none whatsoever. And again, the storms on the southern end have weakened tremendously. The ones in Mobile and Baldwin counties, they are no thunder, no lightning. They're just rain showers. And even up here, the lightning output has decreased a good bit. And let's pop the velocity back on and let's maybe do a pixel query and just see what some of the numbers are looking like in here at radar beam height. And 46, 56, 59, that's its severe criteria, 64. So the question is how much of that is translating down to the surface? And there could be some. So there could be certainly some strong gusty winds here. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of Monroe, Conecuh, Southwest Butler, and Escambia counties. So let's bounce back and go back up to Tallapoosa County for our friends in Alexander City and Lake Martin. We've got several areas to watch along this line. And that is the line that is coming into Alexander City. And that same thing could produce strong gusty winds, maybe in spots hitting 50. And that'll be coming out through the northern half of Tallapoosa County. Everybody's going to see rain, but this is where you've got the chance of severe wind criteria. And again, these are wind velocities within the radar beam, probably not quite that strong down at the surface. It looks like the stronger winds might stay a little south of Clay County. This is Clay County right here. This includes Mellow Valley, the warning. It does not include Ashland or Lineville. The stronger wind velocities are south of Ashland and Lineville. But that sharp line of storms coming into the US 280 corridor, Kellyton, Alexander City, the northern half of Lake Martin, that's where the stronger winds will likely be, Dadeville, New Site, Daviston, and if it holds together, the warning could be extended over here into parts of Randolph and Chambers counties in East Alabama. This is US Highway 431 right here. So again, that's a look at the storm segment coming through Tallapoosa, southern Clay, and eastern Coosa counties. And I'm just having a hard time finding any damage from this. And again, Gerald makes a good observation here. There is an official reporting station in Alexander City at the airport there, so we'll get a wind speed measurement to see if the warning does verify. And to verify, the winds need to be at 58 miles per hour. But again, I just don't see any damage. And normally if we have damage, the socials and our Skywatcher chat would be lighting up like a Christmas tree. So that's a good thing, the fact that we do not have any damage reports at the moment. And see, 102 on this Thursday morning. And let's see here. I believe I will be able to. Let's take WEX 05. This is some video coming in earlier from, I want to say this was from Clarke County. And again, it's just dark. There's not much lightning. Sometimes lightning is so frequent it's almost like daylight, but obviously in a situation like this, you just can't see much. But again, that's looks like the power's on. Everything is fine there. But again, if you missed it, this is the video coming from Kevin Henderson. Watch the tree come down in front of him on the road about right now. Get ready. Boom. Wow. This is US 43. This was about 90 minutes ago. Kevin was down in the vicinity of Dixon's Mills, a little east of Sweetwater near the Clarke County line in South Marengo County. And that's why we really don't want you driving during severe storms. That's not really a good idea because that has been happening a lot earlier tonight. Thankfully, the intensities are weaker now. All right, so it's 103. We're working a line of severe storms. One segment coming through parts of eastern Coosa and northern Tallapoosa counties and extreme southern Clay County. And this is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this chance of strong gusty winds. I don't know if they're quite at the classic severe criteria, but they might exceed 40, 45 miles per hour in spots. So be aware of that. And then let's go back down to the South, Drew, and I'll let you kind of give us your thoughts on the South. It looks like the Baldwin County, all Mobile and Baldwin County, no warnings. So again, all of the warnings for Mobile and Baldwin counties, they're gone. I do believe with all my heart and soul these storms are not at severe limits. The winds are well under severe criteria, which is good. But, your thoughts, Drew, on the Escambia, Conecuh, and Monroe?
Yeah, James, I mean, it looks a little bit better organized than some of the cells that are further down towards the southwest. And like we mentioned, that's in Mobile and Baldwin counties at this point, where things have sort of tailed off a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, you definitely see a little bit more of a solid line here. Still, lightning is not super impressive. Looks like we've had about 10 strikes in the last 3 minutes or so. The reflectivity looks a little bit better than points to the south. Looking at the velocity, again, I could see where you've got a few little potential circulations there, but definitely doesn't look quite to the level that we saw when we were looking at the circulations in Mobile County earlier. Now we are definitely a little bit further from the radar now, so you can't see them quite the way you could when you were really close to the Mobile radar. But again, just kind of looking through some of the velocity values that we're seeing there. Again, we're detecting this around between 2,000 to 3,000 feet off the ground generally in this area. So again, it's showing 60 mile per hour winds there, at least aloft. And so that's probably part of the reason that they've got the warning on this, even though pretty decent chance you're probably not seeing quite that level of winds translating all the way down to the ground. As we take a look at some of our other products here, we'll just take a look. So again, that the shear rate, the rotation detector product. So again, earlier we were seeing some evidence of this that looked a little bit more menacing than what we see here. We see just kind of areas in the green here, which is usually, again, indicating that there is some of a wind shear. There is some wind there in those areas, but not necessarily some that would be necessarily damaging for certain. Again, it's not something you want to discount here. It's still certainly possible that we could bring down some trees. And even honestly, talking about that with that video that Kevin got, from what I remember, that was kind of after the storms were pretty much already over. So the wind might have been kicking around a little bit at that point, but I think it's certainly possible with some of the rain we've gotten here recently that you've got trees that you've just got some really wet ground in some spots. That trees, after they've gotten more rain and gotten jostled around by some storms earlier, still may just fall kind of out of nowhere there. So just another reason to just kind of be inside. If you're in a severe, even just a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, just stay inside and don't be out and about. Don't be driving on 65 here like we talked about earlier in here. Evergreen along 65 here between kind of Atmore and Evergreen up towards Georgiana. Just, if you have no reason that you need to be out there right now, obviously it's late at night, but just kind of hunker down and stay home. And in most cases, you should be good there. But again, it looks like the heavier rain and some of those higher winds are moving through Monroeville and Frisco City, and maybe have just kind of begun to move east of there. And again, kind of in between Monroeville and Frisco City, kind of along US 84. There's a little bit of a broad circulation there. So again, that'll be another reason to continue to watch this as it looks a little bit more organized and points to the southwest, but it's still not looking extremely concerning at this point, James.
All right, so we are at 1:08 a.m. and we'll kind of do a shift change here at 2 o'clock, and we'll shift things around just a little bit, but we'll stay here for the next, we'll stay live for a while, but again, in this configuration, we'll sit in here for the next 30 minutes or so. But again, we've got a lot of questions from people that are in Dothan, in Troy, people that are in Luverne, all right? So you're over here, and you're saying, what does it mean for us? And that's a very good question. And I do believe with time, this line segment should slowly weaken. I can't guarantee that. But I think with the loss of the low-level jet, the atmosphere becoming a bit more stable. You saw what happened to the storms down here in Mobile and Baldwin County. I mean, they fizzled just like that. I mean, you went from 5 tornado warning polygons to nothing in about 30 minutes, and I get the idea it should be kind of similar. But having said that, you still got to pay attention. Technically, you got a tornado watch here until 7 a.m. Now, the storm should be gone by 7 a.m. in Dothan, but just keep an eye on it. And again, if you've got a weather radio, you're good. Go to sleep. You don't need to stay up all night. That thing will wake you up. And if you don't have one, please consider getting one. It's the baseline. That's how people should be getting warnings first and foremost. Next comes your fancy phone, Alabama Weather Network app, but that weather radio, that will wake you up. But you got a tornado watch until 7 over here for southeast Alabama for that line of storms. Now, really north of Monroeville, north of Alabama Highway 10 here, it's just rain. I mean, we don't have any issues up here except for the one storm that's in Tallapoosa. So this is the main segment of concern, and if the thing holds together, it'll be coming on through parts of Butler, Covington, Crenshaw, Dale, Geneva County, Pike, Barber, Henry, Houston, maybe some strong gusty winds, but again, it looks a lot like this segment. Notice we have no warnings in effect here, no warnings at all for Lowndes, Montgomery, Autauga, or Elmore. No warnings for this. There is a warning for this, and that's kind of a Weather Service culture thing. This is the Mobile Weather Service. This is the Birmingham Weather Service. They look kind of the same, and most likely the winds are under severe criteria at this point based on the velocities we're seeing, but still, as always, we'll keep a close eye on them because when it comes to thunderstorms, you expect the unexpected. So let's go back up to our northern line segment up here, the one that has prompted a warning. And there's one of your skits, and like Drew says, that skit performs a little better under different circumstances. We do not expect to have a tornado here. Having said that, there's broad rotation. Again, you can see the velocity. Back that thing up one more time, and you'll see that little spot coming right in through here. So again, it's something to watch, but again, the main concern, straight line winds. And again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for extreme southern clay. Again, Mallow Valley included, Ashland Lineville not included. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Tallapoosa and eastern Coosa for that band of storms that's coming through Alexander City right now. In fact, we should find out pretty soon the peak wind gust in Alexander City because we do get observations from the airport there. And again, no evidence of any debris being lofted here. That's all noise in through here, which is good. And again, that line of storms will keep on moving to the east, and that ultimately comes into Randolph and Chambers counties, and then it moves into Georgia. And we'll be done with that segment of the line. Down to the south, again, we've got the other warnings in effect in South Alabama. But again, if you're in On the coast, you're looking good. In fact, let's punch up that Gulf Shores camera, JP. Let's just for the fun of it. Let's see what that thing looks like. We've looked at Fairhope. We've looked at Point Clear. We've got a Region Skycam at Gulf Shores, where they'll be dealing with that weakening line of showers and storms. They've still got the soupy air, dew point 71. But once the storms come on through, the dew points begin to drop, air mass begins to change. And again, there's the radar coming out of Mobile. Gulf Shores, of course, is right here. Orange Beach here. This is Fort Morgan. And we've got a weakening line of showers. And I see one lightning strike. One. And through here. But this is basically just a line of weakening showers now. And again, there could be some kind of gusty winds in here, but clearly not severe. At one point, we had 5 tornado warning polygons going on here, and we had all kind of severe thunderstorm warning polygons, but those have all gone away. So it looks fine for Mobile and Baldwin counties. And if it's downtown Mobile, the risk of severe weather is over. Storms are now east of there. So let's go up here to the segment that has prompted these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the storm's a bit more organized here, but still not that much thunder and lightning. 5 lightning strikes here. Not that much. The storms are coming through western Conecuh, western Escambia, eastern Monroe counties. And again, that's U.S. Highway 84 right there, Interstate 65 right here. Again, we'll just see. Again, I've not had any reports of damage, which is good. And even at 1:14 a.m., if we've got some damage, typically the tweeter and the face bag and everything will light up, and I've just not seen that. It's been very quiet with the reports. Sky watchers, quiet, which is good. And we hope it stays that way. And again, we're very thankful. We look back on some of the big events we've had in mid-March. We can have some devastating tornadoes here. And they've had them in recent days, not here, in places like northern Illinois and Kankakee, in northern Indiana at Lake Village. They've had some really, really rough tornadoes earlier, a few days ago, in southern Michigan. And we have been very blessed in that, quite frankly, we have just not had that many tornadoes here in the last year. And I will say, as an older guy working through the decade of the 1980s, it was quiet as a mouse most years. That whole decade was quiet until about 1989, when Huntsville was hit on November 15th by a horrible F4 tornado. But we can have some quiet spurts here. And hopefully we're in the middle of one, but we never know when it ends. And typically when it breaks bad. So we will always be here to watch things. And if you're new, this is the Alabama Weather Network. We're here to cover all 67 Alabama counties, not just a little market area. We take care of the whole state. And it takes a lot of people to do that and resources, and we've got that. And I'm so thankful for that. And we're thanking for Kevin Henderson. Again, you can see Kevin. He's still out there tonight. He's still on the road. John Olshu has been out tonight. Krista Pitchford has been out tonight. We thank all the chasers in the field for their work, and all of our men and women here in the studio. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the studio. I've never had this many helping me before at one time. It's great. So we're prepared for the big day, and thankfully this is not a major event. But listen, if one tree goes down in your house, that's a big deal to you. And we've had a lot of trees come down tonight. And again, you can see that long line on the leading edge of this rain mass. And the storms have weakened tremendously. Notice all the damage reports. Look where they are. South Mississippi, southeast Louisiana. And again, we've had trees down, but we don't really see those damage reports here, but nothing major. Heard of no structural damage. And the line of storms will be coming into Montgomery, ultimately Auburn, Opelika, Greenville, Luverne, Troy, Eufaula, Dothan, Enterprise, Andalusia in the next couple of hours. And once this leading edge passes, that's it. You're done with severe weather. Back here, rain and colder. Again, we've got 40s up here in the Tennessee Valley. It's a different air mass, and we might see a few folks with scattered frost by early Friday morning. So again, so far so good. I'll just put it that way. This night has been pretty good. So let's go back to our southern storm down here, Drew. And looks like the Weather Service is maintaining the warnings for southwest Butler County, Chapman, Georgiana, Ebenezer, Industry, Conecuh County, Escambia County, and again, this is Monroe County here. Storms have come on through Monroeville. And again, don't forget on the Alabama Weather Network Facebook page, we're doing 67 counties in 67 days. The highlight today on Thursday will be Monroe County. You can learn a lot about Alabama history by reading those. I've enjoyed putting those together, and I'll always throw in some Spann notes with those. And the fact that I've had a chance to spend a lot of time in every single county and love all of them. But again, Monroe County is the highlight for today. They're coming up on the big To Kill a Mockingbird Festival in the coming weeks. But again, that'll be coming out across Interstate 65. Got some thunder and lightning, but really not that much. Wind velocities, Drew, what do they look like? Not overly impressive.
No, I mean, again, we're looking, you see a 68 there, which if we were a little bit closer to the radar, we'd be a little bit more concerned about it. It's a few thousand feet off the ground. Again, and it's still a valid reason to have the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect if you are able to sample some of those few thousand feet off the ground. But it's certainly possible that you're not getting them quite to that level there at the surface. Now, of course, that's a little sort of maximum of it. As I move further down the line in other spots, not seeing quite as much, seeing maybe 40, 50 miles per hour in other spots. So it looks like there's that one little area there that's kind of southeast of Frisco City that has maybe a little bit higher wind gusts aloft. But again, it doesn't look like it's something too concerning. And again, we're looking at the rotation detector again, and again, we're seeing fairly light returns on that product. So we're not seeing anything that indicates a ton of issues with wind with that either. And so, yeah, and I haven't seen any recent comments from the Weather Service in Mobile on this one. Of course, it extends. Looks like, I guess it's still set to expire in about a little bit less than 30 minutes. And so we'll see if they continue to go with it there or if they eventually go ahead and cancel it. But don't see any indications yet or any discussion yet about that sort of possibility, James.
Yeah, it's very quiet on the weather front here tonight. Looks like a lot of folks had gone to bed for the morning, which makes a lot of sense, and that the weather has calmed down a good bit. 119, we're still here. This is the Alabama Weather Network. And again, we're going to stay with this for a while longer. I know a lot of you in Southeast Alabama have great curiosity and you have great interest in this to see what happens when it moves into your part of the state. And again, let's look at our tornado watch, Drew. There is a tornado watch until 7 a.m. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, Dallas and Perry have come out of that watch, James. Perfect timing for you to talk about it.
Yeah, that's again, these counties can be cleared out. We can clear Mobile County now. We can clear Washington County. You're done with it. It takes a little while for them to be officially cleared, but once the line passes, you're done with it. And again, these counties will be cleared very quickly over the next couple of hours, and I think the storm should be out of the state easily by 7 a.m., and they should slowly weaken as they move deeper into southeast Alabama during the pre-dawn hours. And again, we stress we have no tornado warnings here. I know that when you see us live, often that means there is a tornado warning, but we do not have any tornado warnings right now. None, zero. And quite frankly, I don't expect any. But you never know. Again, we'll stay staffed all through the morning in the event something happens we don't expect. But there is technically this tornado watch until 7 a.m. But again, the counties will be cleared pretty quickly in coming hours. And after that, we're done with it. No severe weather anytime soon. The next cold front will come through Monday morning. Might produce some rain, probably will produce some rain, but don't expect any severe weather. It turns pretty cold early next week, and with that cold air, that obviously mitigates any chance of severe storms. Looks like we have a few reports, Drew. Pick a few. I'll let you go through some of the storm reports.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the Weather Service has just gotten a few of those put in the system there. So it looks like got a marine thunderstorm wind gust there near Brookley Field, it looks like 42 miles per hour. So again, that lines up pretty well with it was near Buccaneer.
By the way, that's where
Club.
Drew keeps his yacht, at the Buccaneer Yacht
Exactly.
Club. Yeah.
I was going to say.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's and I just sail along the coast.
You and Judge Schmales out there.
Yeah. It looks like, okay, so this was some of the ones I think maybe that we were looking at earlier, at least in some of the areas we saw some reports of trees down earlier. So this is some trees down there in Clarke County, blocking lanes of US 84 and Alabama 5 there. So you can see that that's near Coffeyville, really close to the state line. It looks like there's just some debris that Algo was reporting along 84. So it looks like 84 has seen several things happening there with the storms that moved through earlier. Again, this was within the last couple hours. Looks like multiple trees down there. That's the same one already clicked, isn't it? I don't know, looks like it's the same one. Well, there's trees down in multiple spots there. It looks like in Clarke County. And then it looks like back up further towards the north. Looks like in Autauga County there was multiple trees down across the northeastern portions of Autauga County. So again, really mainly just some reports of some trees down. Some obviously have gone over the roadways. We've got video evidence of that from Kevin from earlier. And you know, as we all know, that's very, very dangerous and something you never want to have happen to you, because it's just looking at that video again, how hard that tree came down. You don't even want to imagine what it'd be like to be underneath that, obviously. So so that's still a concern, obviously, with some of these cells that still have a little bit of a punch to them, still have some wind energy with them, that we could still see more of that. And again, like we've mentioned, we've seen enough rain in recent times. Not that we still aren't in drought conditions in a lot of ways, but we've seen enough recent rain, I think, that you got enough saturation that would allow some of the trees maybe to get pushed over a little bit more easily than they would otherwise in some cases there, James.
One note, Houston County schools, they're on a 1-hour delay this morning because of the potential of storms. I was at Rehoboth Elementary 10 days ago down in Houston County. Had a great time. Love visiting Houston County. And again, checking all the reports coming in from the open socials, and things are pretty quiet. They're just quiet as could be. So again, this is our storm coming through northern Tallapoosa. And again, we've watched this broad rotation in through here, and that's very broad. That's not really a tornado signature here, but there certainly could be some strong straight line winds in there. And I get the idea, this is along the boundary that kind of separates that cold air to the north and the warmer air down to the south. Sometimes on a boundary, winds can back around to the southeast, and these things try to spin up, but really conditions don't favor a tornado here. But again, we'll watch that carefully. You never know. And if you're over here in Randolph and Chambers, be aware that you could see some pretty strong winds. Wadley here, Southern Union, one of our great ACCS colleges in the state. Roanoke is here. US 431, Wadowee here. Lafayette down here, Lynette down here, Chambers County. And again, evidence of some stronger winds passing north of Alexander City. And again, this is up here around Horseshoe Bend School. Some stronger gusty winds in Clay County, southern Clay County, south of Ashland, south of Lineville, around Mellow Valley. And that line segment will be coming into Randolph and Chambers, and we'll see soon what our friends will do with that.
James, looks like Gerald already came in and said that they're not planning to extend that severe warning. They're not seeing much on power outage maps and other things. So at this point, they're not planning to.
I think that's a good call. We've had no reports. I mean, just nothing. And the one thing you don't want to do is issue warnings that don't verify. Warning after warning that don't verify. That's crying wolf. And too many false alarms, that's not a good thing. And Birmingham really leads the country, that office, in reducing the number of false alarms while keeping the probability of detection high. They do a great job. Kevin Laws is the Science Operations Officer, the SOO there, and he's just done a wonderful job with the warning program in Birmingham by reducing false alarms. So the good news, if you're in Randolph and Chambers, the warning will not be extended. We just don't see any evidence of 58-mile-per-hour winds here. Will it be gusty? Sure. Will it rain heavily? Sure. Will there be thunder and lightning? Well, not much. Only 4 lightning strikes here. But again, that'll be coming into Randolph and Chambers, but the warning will not be extended. So really, that kind of leaves us with that one spot down in South Alabama. Drew, we'll go back to the little line segment in the south central part of the state. And again, notice really the segment here. Let's go back to Maxwell Air Force Base real quick. This kind of shows both of these. You see the line segment here looks a whole lot like that line segment. They're basically looking the same, but there's no warning here and there's a warning down here. And again, that's kind of a culture difference, but again, we'll see if these warnings are extended onto the east. But I've had no reports of any damage from Monroeville, no reports of any damage anywhere in Monroe County or in Atmore, places like that. And typically, with the number of folks that follow me on the socials, I'll hear about it if something happens. And it's just been very, very quiet. And quiet is good in the weather business. So again, we've got storms. Let's go back to reflectivity. And again, that'll just kind of show that line. And really, it looks a lot weaker down here in Escambia especially. It kind of looks like it's fizzling out like what happened in Mobile and Baldwin counties. A little more robust, a little more lightning output here. In fact, notice we've got 34 lightning strikes. So lightning count has come up a little bit here in the storm segment approaching Evergreen. In fact, we had a great visit to Reed State down here, Community College, last week. A marvelous visit. That's Drew, that they were lined up waiting on me on the street. It was great. I mean, that was one of the greatest welcomes we've had to an ACCS school, but we love Reed State, what they do there. And again, these are my people. I'm from South Butler County, Georgiana, Chapman. All my folks are buried up here at Wesley's Chapel and Industry. And that line segment will be kind of clipping southern Butler County down through here. Who else was South Butler County, Drew? A country music star. Got any idea? From the 1950s. Country music legend. Bill Murray, who?
I'm going to say Hank Williams.
You got it right. South Butler County. That's where he's
I
from.
was thinking it was too obvious. That's who I had in my head, but I was like, it has to be more obscure than that.
Yeah, no, Hank, in fact, they have a museum, a Hank Williams Museum in Georgiana. He's basically running with my people down there. So, but anyway, Interstate 65, that heavier batch of storms coming across the interstate here near Evergreen and Conecuh County. That'll be moving on to the east, ultimately affecting places like Luverne and Delusia. Opp. What's the big event at Opp? Anybody know?
The Rattlesnake Rodeo.
You got that right. You ever had rattlesnake meat, Bill?
No, and I need to do that, James. Have you?
You eat this stuff. This is
I would eat that in a heartbeat.
We're going to send Bill. We're going to do a Spanning, Alabama story. We're going to send Bill down there, let him try it.
Yeah.
Have you ever done the Chitlin Festival in Arley?
Now, if you'll eat chitlins, I'll eat chitlins.
Was there a chicken liver festival? I know you like.
We had that Tuesday across the street.
Oh wow, wow.
We came back up here and I asked them if anybody wanted to guess what I had for lunch, and nobody guessed it, James.
Okay, you know the weather's slowing down. We're talking about chitterlings and rattlesnake meat and everything else. So 129, we're down to just basically this warning. The warning up in Tallapoosa and Clay, that's going to expire. It will not be extended. If you're in Randolph or Chambers, you'll have a segment of storms coming through. But again, the storms are not considered to be severe at this point, and the warning will not be extended your way. Which is a good thing. And we're down to basically this. The story. Let's go down to Mobile and Baldwin counties real quick. And again, you can see that these are just basically weakening showers down here. All the lightning's up here. These are rain showers coming through Mobile Bay, the Eastern Shore, Loxley, Stapleton, Robertsdale, Loxley, and we've got rain falling on Dauphin Island. And rain's going to move over to Fort Morgan, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Foley, ultimately South Baldwin County, places like Lillian, and ultimately coming into the Florida Panhandle. But this is much, much weaker. I'm telling you, at one point we had 5 tornado warning polygons trying to catch these little spin-up tornadoes over Mobile County earlier tonight. Rather chaotic, but all that's gone away. And there are 0 tornado warnings in the state, 0. And again, the commitment we've made is to be live when there are tornado warnings. And we don't have any at this point. And we'll probably start to kind of phase this down a little bit here in the next hour. We're going to stay staffed all night. And again, I'm going to sleep for about 2 hours. I'll get up, do the morning production, going to Shades Cahaba Elementary School at 8:30. And I got a series of meetings starting at 10 o'clock. Then I got a meeting at 1:30 and then back in here for work tomorrow afternoon. I've not slept much since 1973, before you were born. That was the last time I caught a good nap, but I'm very energized and I'm honored, and I will never complain about the lack of sleep. It's no big deal. So again, let's kind of jog it back up here to the warnings we have in effect for Conecuh and Escambia. And again, coming into Lenox, little community right here. Evergreen is right here. Keep zooming in. I bet you Lenox will show up. Keep zooming in. There it is. Yep. And again, that'll be coming right into Evergreen soon. So what do you do when you're in Evergreen other than going to Reed State? Where do you stop? Conecuh sausage.
That's so obvious.
Conecuh sausage, yeah.
That's the state sausage right there.
Yes, indeed.
I feel like the rest of the states tried to adopt it, but it's really just right there, right?
Yeah, that's the original right down here. This is the Conecuh that made Conecuh sausage, Conecuh County in South Alabama. Had a chance to meet the mayor of Evergreen when we were at Reed State, and there's just a lot of good things happening in South Alabama. Let's see here.
I've got something for you, James, real quick. Mike Thomas, our sky
Well,
watcher.
first of all, Gerald Satterwhite says, tell Bill to check your direct messages.
Uh-oh. That's never good.
No. Yeah. Gerald says, since your eyes are here per the live stream, tell Bill to check his direct messages on the Slack Weather Service chat.
Okay.
And Gerald probably doesn't know this. In all of my school programs, I show a balloon launch, and it's Gerald Satterwhite launching a balloon at Shelby County Airport. Gerald is famous with Alabama school children for launching that balloon. All right, now all of a sudden, what do we got here, Drew?
Yeah, just we're looking at the storm relative velocity here. Definitely you see a little bit of a lightning uptick there with this west of Evergreen, and a little bit of a maybe a broad rotation there. Now again, that's storm relative. If you look at the base velocity, you can see there is some stronger winds. In fact, it's showing 84, 70, 80 something miles per hour. Again, we're still we're 4,000 so feet off the ground at that point, but at least trying to show a little bit more organization with this storm here than what we've seen in recent times. So it may be trying to uptick a little bit here, and we're seeing a little bit of a kind of more of a kink in the line there, I would say, than we've seen recently as well. You kind of see this little deal right here. So something that bears watching. I will mention also, and I don't know if it may have had something to do with them starting to see that signature. The Weather Service in Mobile elected to continue the severe thunderstorm warning recently for this storm, so that may have had something to do with it if they were starting to notice something like that as well. But something we need to keep an eye on, obviously.
Yep. All right. So 135, and we're watching really this one line segment. All of the other thunderstorms in the state are below severe limits, including the one that's coming out of Tallapoosa and Clay counties. That the Weather Service did not extend the warning there. So we've got right in through here, that line segment coming into Evergreen. The lightning is ramped up a little bit too, a little bit of notch here. So again, if you're in Evergreen, just be aware you might have a pretty good little blow here coming through here, pretty good thunderstorm wind gust. And that's coming right up into the middle of Evergreen in Conecuh County here at 1:36 on this early Thursday morning. Again, we're watching up to 38 lightning strikes. Again, that's ramped up a little bit. And again, you can see evidence of some broad rotation. And again, our friends at the Weather Service in Mobile are pretty much doing the same thing we're doing. The main concern is the storm at just west of Evergreen, and that's the one storm of the moment here, if you will. And we should mention that many more counties have been dropped in the tornado watch: Mobile, Washington, Clarke, Wilcox, Monroe. You're done with it. The risk of severe storms has ended there, and the watch will be cleared as the line continues to move to the east early this morning. But again, no evidence of a tornado here. There's been some broad circulation. And again, that storm is coming right into Evergreen in Conecuh County, which is the county seat of Conecuh County. And that will continue moving on to the east, crossing over into Covington County. Red level is right there. That's Alabama Highway 55. You know, the ALDOT folks have done a really good job with expanding interstate, I say interstate, Alabama 55 coming out of Georgiana. It's really a good quick jog down to the beach from here using the Highway 55. It's a nice 4-lane road here now. But again, stronger winds coming into Evergreen in Conecuh County. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to stay in effect. And let's look at that power outage map, Drew, just for the fun of it. That is one quick way we can look at where we've had the stronger winds. And note, of course, part of this is population bias. Obviously, in the more densely populated counties, you'll see the higher numbers. But Mobile County, 2,500, Gulf Shores, or Baldwin County, including Gulf Shores, 1,000 without power. And the numbers are much, much lower here. Clarke with 700 outages, Monroe with just 100 so far. That's mainly what I was looking for, is Monroe, to see what the number here is, and it's at 100. Jefferson is at 300. The numbers are just not that high for most of the state, except for Mobile and Baldwin counties. And of course, the storms down there have weakened tremendously. They're well below severe limits at this point. So we'll throw back to the radar. And again, we're watching that one line segment right here coming into Evergreen. Let's pop the reflectivity back on real quick. And again, you can see that that heavier rain is beginning right along Interstate 65. Again, this is U.S. Highway 31 right here going up to Georgiana. That's Interstate 65. That is U.S. Highway 84. Goes over to Repton and Monroeville. Of course, 84 the other way goes over to Andalusia. And the heavy rain begins up here in southern Butler County, goes right down the interstate to Evergreen, down toward Lenox and Castleberry. And again, that will be moving over into parts of Crenshaw and Covington counties here soon. And that line will keep on moving to the east. There's Andalusia here, Covington County here. This is Crenshaw County. There's Laverne. There's Brantley. That's U.S. Highway 331. And again, this is Butler County right here. That's I-65. That's U.S. Highway 31. The McGowan Estate sits right here. Dr. McGowan. I shouldn't tell people where you live, but I think people down there know where you live. I shouldn't be calling out residential locations here. The McGowans are great people. Dr. McGowan is incredible, what he's done for healthcare in South Alabama. Yes, sir, what you got?
New severe thunderstorm warning to the east, James, for this same South Alabama cell for Butler and Crenshaw, Conecuh, and Covington. And just clean up over here for a second. I've got WXO5, got a little video from Frisco City in Monroe County, which shows this same cell that's moving through Evergreen right now, just moved through Evergreen, showing the wind and the rain that was affecting that area as it moved through southern Monroe County a short time ago. Monroe County just removed from the watch, which is great news. But we do have this new severe thunderstorm warning. You know, we were watching the warning get canceled up in the north central part of the state, James. And our sky watcher, Mike Thomas, up on Lake Martin, he reported a 19-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that verifies that system was certainly much, much weaker as it came through there. We haven't had the ability to show you much UGC tonight because there just hasn't been much to show.
Which is good.
That's good news.
So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning. And again, the Weather Service in Mobile just kind of extending this out of Conecuh County to include northern Covington, basically Andalusia, River Falls, and points north into the extreme southwestern corner of Crenshaw County. Doesn't include Highway 331. And as far as southern Butler County, again, that would include industry. And so it's this segment right here coming into Evergreen. And it's maintaining its lightning output and its strength, and that's probably a pretty good call. So again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Yes, sir.
I think I just saw a couple of power flashes from the Montgomery Skycam looking west.
All right.
Well, a small loss of power there.
Look at that segment coming into Montgomery here.
I was at least noticing a good bit of lightning with it in the last few minutes, and then I was actually starting to look at the radar off on another radar we've got off to the side here, and it does look like there might have been a little bit of a.
Nothing else. That's lightning for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's a power flash, it could be. But again, that's the no warnings here in Montgomery. But obviously, it's about to pour rain. I mean, pour rain big time.
You see that?
And again, the camera is right here at Alabama Public Television, looking right into that big line of rain coming into Montgomery. And there's a bit of thunder and lightning. We've got 10 lightning strikes in here, which really is not that much for a squall line in March in Alabama. But remember, to be severe, the definition is either large hail, 58 miles per hour or greater, or 1-inch diameter hail or larger. And again, what you see here, that's a live look right into the belly of that storm coming from the Skycam. Yeah, that does look like a power flash, JP. Wow.
Could be.
Arcing there.
Yes,
it could be a small fire.
Not quite sure what's going on down there. Let's take that camera full, Ryan, real quick. The Montgomery Skycam and the low, yeah. This is looking
Looking to the west.
All right.
West-northwest.
That's probably the Interstate 65 bridge over the Alabama River is what we're seeing there. I can tell by those lights on the bridge. And right down below that would be Riverwalk Stadium. And yeah, it looks like it was something down there toward the river. Whatever that was, it was arcing, but something wasn't happy down there.
Yeah. Transformer or something, I don't know.
Yeah, very good observation for sure.
Well, if something's going on, we'll hopefully hear something from a viewer, some more information.
There's plenty of lightning there too.
Yeah, that's a classic middle of the night March thunderstorm that means business in Alabama, but it's not severe by definition. Remember, that's 58 mile per hour winds or 1-inch diameter hail. And we believe these storms are below that. Yes, sir.
Take Michael Belcher's video in WX05, one of our sky watchers in Montgomery looking northeast. The interesting looking video there. Not sure what we're seeing, but it looked like some lower cloud bases and certainly some really intense lightning. Looks like he's right at I-85 there.
The underbelly of a shelf cloud.
Yeah. But definitely a lot of lightning, strong outflow winds there as that storm moves through. And that may have been what maybe caused that arcing of that power line that JP very adroitly saw there in Montgomery. So thank you. Michael's done a great job tonight. He was coming south on I-65 up near Pine Level when that was moving in. Saw really strong winds there. Now he's on top of it in Montgomery. I was just about to ask him what he saw.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was not on. My mic
some
was
of that
not on.
arcing being reflected off the cloud base there. See that little? It looks like it's kind of flashing a little bit right there on that left. I think that might be that same flashing we're seeing on the screen.
I think it was. It is whatever we saw on the Skycam, we saw in that video.
Yeah, I think Michael Belcher.
Bill, you might want to share that again. We couldn't hear you.
Sorry about that. Michael Belcher, one of our great sky watchers, is a very good storm chaser and field reporter, and he's been out all night and has traveled all over north and central Alabama. But I was just about to turn around and ask him if he saw anything in Montgomery after JP adroitly spotted that arcing, and he was already on top of it. So he's right here at I-85 in Montgomery, looking back to the north. This shelf cloud, very strong winds moving into the across the city of Montgomery.
All right, so let's go back to the radar, and again, that line is coming right into downtown Montgomery, and again, in a minute, it's going to be pouring rain at the camera site. If it's not pouring rain already, it's obviously pouring in downtown Montgomery. But again, we just don't see any evidence of winds of over 50 here, nothing close to severe limits, and that's the reason there's no warning. So a strong storm, yes. Warning, no. And again, up here, East Alabama, the warnings have all gone away. You got some heavy rain coming into parts of Randolph, and Chambers counties, but again, not severe. We just have had no reports. And quite frankly, we've not had any reports down here, but again, the healthiest part of this whole line, it's right here. The segment that's coming through South Butler and Conecuh counties. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for extreme southern Butler, the southwestern part of Crenshaw, the northern part of Covington, and the northern half of Conecuh County. And that thing is sitting right on top of Evergreen. And Drew, from time to time, we've seen some suspicious spots there, but just no strong tornado evidence.
Yeah, it doesn't look, seems like it might be a little less suspicious than it was a few minutes ago. I mean, it's still trying to show, some decent winds here. Again, we're looking at about 5,000 feet off the ground or so, and it looks like it may be trying to pick up some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds there. And again, it looks like, as we would kind of expect with this setup, that the storm is rotating some broadly, but yeah, still not necessarily seeing anything that would tell us for sure. And again, there's no tornado warning on this. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that the National Weather Service has gone with. I think they did. Okay, yeah, this was the extension that they did recently. So still looking at the rotation detector product, it doesn't look extremely concerning. We're starting to get, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting a little bit closer to where we'd start using the Fort Rucker radar as it's moving further towards the east. So I'm going to switch over to it real quick and get a different look at it. And again, you can see a similar story where you've got some higher winds here along the edge of it. Again, you might be seeing a little bit of some broad rotation there embedded within the cell, but it doesn't look too concerning at this point. Looking at the lightning, it might have ticked down a little bit compared to what it was a little bit earlier, where we're getting 30 or 40 strikes. It's down to about 20 strikes, so might be seeing it try to come down just a little bit as it continues to progress towards the east there, James.
Okay, so good deal. So again, we're going to kind of change the shift here, and that we're going to rotate Bill and Drew in, and I'm going to take my 2-hour nap before the 4 o'clock alarm goes off for start the new day here in a couple of hours. So again, we're going to stay with this for a while. We just don't want to. Again, we're going to be here. We'll be staffed all night. So again, Bill and Drew will take this, and our evening shift is going to rotate off here. And JP, thank you, and Emily, thank you for helping. And again, don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're just going to do a little shift change here. So again, at this point, we're going to rotate crews, and we are very thankful for our Sleepless Warrior crews.
All right, James, appreciate it. And I'll go ahead and roll on up here. We may.
You're on the big wall, buddy.
Yeah, I guess I'll start off up here. I'm not used to this. All right, so
you look good.
Appreciate it. So, so yeah, I guess we'll continue to monitor. This is again the only warning that we have on the board at this point. And again, you can see that as we move further towards the southwest, I mean, you're even getting closer to the radar here. And you can certainly see that the organization of those showers further down into Baldwin counties and even further down into Escambia County is definitely not there anymore. So it looks like, again, that and you're just seeing basically just nothing but just stratiform rain as you move further back into Mobile and Baldwin counties at this point. So again, just to kind of reiterate some of those areas that are kind of in the clear now, that would include Mobile County. Again, Baldwin County, you've got some of the heavier showers that are starting to move through the southern part of the state. But those will be moving out here fairly shortly. And after that, things will be over there as well. But back up towards the north, Washington County, Clarke County, even Monroe County at this point, y'all are in the clear at this point as well. Which, speaking of that, Bill, I think we saw some, I don't know if we've taken another look at the watch map since the most latest rounds of cancellations. We've got it in the toolbar there, so we can just pull that up real quick. So yeah, it looks like some of those places I just mentioned. Baldwin is still in it at this point, but yeah, you can see that Washington, Clarke, Monroe, and Wilcox counties, and some of the other ones. Choctaw was already cleared a while back, but you can see that those are now cleared. And then it looks like we're still keeping in some of those eastern Alabama counties there, including Randolph and Chambers. So again, there's still, even though those are still fairly far to the north, again, we still have that thunderstorm that's at that up in that area moving towards the east that we'll continue to watch. So they're not going to peel those off quite yet, but things are looking a little bit better there as you move further towards the north. So again, we're kind of slowly eroding the watch over time, and we'll continue to kind of work on that here. So again, we can go back to the radar now, Bill, and see what we got with the latest here. And I guess I might need to eventually pull my computer back over here too, so I can kind of take a look at things as well. So I may come over there real quick and let's pull this back over here, and I'll grab that so I can keep some situational awareness. Appreciate that, Bill.
Yeah, it'll only be a matter of time until they start clearing some counties out. I'll move us back up to north central Alabama, Drew, and switch over to the Birmingham radar there. You can see a lot of stratiform radar rain across north central Alabama, some heavier rain back in Lamar County, Fayette County, down into northern Pickens County. And it's not unusual to get a rogue lightning strike. I know my wife, Elle, just out of the blue about an hour ago, had a strike very close to our house that, she said shook the foundation. Mm-hmm. And it was only about a mile away, and there was, no storm anywhere nearby.
So that was just fairly recently?
That was about an hour ago.
Yeah, sometimes those are the worst. Yeah, because you're not expecting anything, and then all of a sudden, boom.
And the other thing we're seeing in social media, and Emily is doing a fantastic job tonight answering a lot of the social media questions and comments. Folks are waking up to fairly strong winds, Drew. 25, 30 mile per hour gusts, and thinking that, there might be strong thunderstorms nearby. Mm-hmm. And that's not the case, these northerly winds. But I'm seeing a lot of lightning on that Dozier camera, Drew. So, we're going to have to really keep a close eye on it. But down here in, down in Randolph County, that, storm still means business. I know that one of our friends, Dana Barker, he had a 35 mile per hour wind gust, I think, down on the lake. You might see that in the Weather Service chat.
Yep, I just saw that. So on Lake Martin. Yep.
And so that storm still means business as it moves through Randolph and Tallapoosa counties. They're going to be moving into Chambers County shortly. And while it's not severe at this point, that's great news. It's going to produce some significant wind gusts as it moves into those counties.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be curious if we take a quick look at that one in Randolph there to the northwest of Roanoke. Just with got a little bit of a kink there. Again, there's no warning there or anything like that. Just be curious if we look at the velocity, if we see anything. So I don't really see anything in the way of rotation, but it might, there actually may be some decent winds with that, seeing some of that kind of lighter green. And so that could be some heavy winds. So again, if you're in Randolph County there between Wadowee and Roanoke, 72 mile per hour winds there. What kind of beam height we're looking at there?
Yeah, we're pretty high at this point, Drew. I say 2,700 feet. Okay. That's not high from the Maxwell radar, so that's pretty substantial. And some of the higher winds we've seen tonight, below 3,000 feet.
Yeah. So that's one. And again, not seeing any recent mention. Obviously, Weather Service chose to not put a warning on this one. They chose to not extend that warning further towards the east. So I'm sure they have good reason for that. But just something we'll continue to watch here is that looks like it may be trying to strengthen a little bit or have a little bit more organization to it as it's moving towards the east and towards the state line. Again, thankfully, it will be moving away from the state line here fairly shortly. And Bill, it looks like we may need to, or y'all may be working on it right now. I see we've got we've got a Chrome window up on our box there, just on links 3 there, it looks like.
A little newsletter work going on there. So, yeah.
There we go. That's more like it. So, that is something that we'll continue to watch there. And as you move down towards Wadley as well. Again, still seeing there's definitely probably a little bit of rotation on the edge of this, like we've been seeing basically all night long. This has continued to happen. Now, one thing we may want to do, since we got the Dozier cam pulled up, let's go ahead and take a jog back down to the storm that's got the severe thunderstorm warning on it, because I guess we should be getting pretty close to Dozier now with this, if I'm remembering correctly. And be curious to kind of see what we're seeing, because I'm seeing a good bit of lightning there from that camera. And so JP, are we kind of looking back towards that storm there? Looking back.
We're looking towards the west. A lot of lightning with it. Definitely a lot more lightning. Still packing quite a punch.
Yeah, thanks, JP. Yeah, I do see that the Mobile Weather Service is mentioning that they've been they're continuing to watch this part of the storm that was near Evergreen. The rotation has been fairly broad, so they haven't seen a surge that would cause them to actually issue a tornado warning or something along those lines on this. So again, that's why they continue to have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect here in again moving into out of Evergreen, and then moving there towards Covington County there, and moving towards eventually again, this will eventually affect Andalusia, River Falls, Gant, and we're kind of moving along 84 here for between Evergreen and Andalusia. And again, you can see places like Dozier where the camera is located, or near, I think it's maybe a little bit further to the west of that, but near that area there, Brantley, and then eventually you can see further up towards to the northeast, you got Luverne that we'll see. Now, this is not going to, they won't necessarily be in that polygon, because this is a little bit of a lighter part of the line there. But again, you'll still get some heavy thunderstorm activity in Luverne eventually. But it probably looks like the main activity here will kind of stay further towards the south as far as what's within the warning there. And again, we're still seeing, or at least I thought I had somebody up on the Chaser feed. I don't know if I thought I might check in with whoever that is, but do we got anybody up currently, Bill?
Yeah, we've got John, but I may have to.
He may just be heading home. I'm not really sure. We hadn't checked in recently, so I'm just curious.
I have to see if I can reestablish his feed for you, Drew, real quick, and get it.
That Dozier cam is continuing to light up a good bit as the storm's approaching. Okay, yeah, see, so that's John that we're seeing there.
That's right. That's John Olshu.
John, do you hear me? Are you still hearing us here? We still see you. Yeah. So last time we talked to you, I guess you were seeing some of the trees out stuff. Are you heading back towards home, or where are you at currently? Mm-hmm.
Notes. He said he came across 5 trees that had fallen over the road in there around Thomasville, and I think I had 2 trees and a piece of sheet metal. So yeah, there were a few things that happened there wind-wise. There may have been a small tornado there around Thomasville.
Okay, yeah, that definitely. I was kind of wondering, as you're going back down that direction, what you might run into. And I guess as you get further to the south, definitely feel free to ping us if you run across anything else, because that's we definitely been haven't seen a ton of reports, and I don't know exactly what your route will be, but of course we had all the tornado warnings there down in parts of Washington and Mobile counties. I don't know if you'll end up passing through any of that or not, but we haven't heard of a lot of reports of ground truth with any of that. But if you happen to be move through any of those areas, definitely let us know what you're seeing there, John. I appreciate it. All right, so that's John. So we'll continue to kind of watch what he's doing there on the feed. And again, it looks like we're moving a little bit further back over towards the east here. So again, we don't have we have so we were talking about Montgomery earlier. We still don't have any sort of warning or anything on that cell that has just moved through Montgomery. Of course, we were looking at the video, or we were looking at the Montgomery camera where we were able to see lots of lightning. We were seeing that potential arcing or some sort of electrical thing happening, maybe with a transformer with some lines touching or something like that. We're looking at the Montgomery camera again here, and looks like things have kind of settled down a little bit, but you've got some cloud cover, maybe a little bit of fog trying to form there. And as far as the temperature is concerned, it looks like it's 62 degrees. The wind's starting to turn out of the northwest, so starting to see that evidence of the change of the air mass coming through there. That front starting to kind of push through potentially, even in Montgomery. But again, looking at the radar here, and that heavier line has moved kind of to the east there. We've got some heavy rain there. It's kind of already mostly moved through Wetumpka at this point, starting to move towards the east there. And then you've got Eclectic getting some heavy rain as well. And again, none of these areas are currently under any sort of warning, but eventually Tallahassee, Tuskegee there, areas kind of along the I-85 corridor, heading back towards Auburn and Opelika and Lee County. Eventually, you'll be getting this heavy thunderstorm activity as well, but we'll hope it'll continue to stay below severe limits. So I'm going to continue to look here. I don't know if Bill, if you've seen any updates from either the Weather Service or any of our sky watchers, anything along those lines so far.
Yeah, let me check and get the latest. On the social media side, Emily's done a great job tonight keeping up with that, but no new news lately there of any importance that's what we want to hear at this point. But nothing. Emily, what did you say, Emily? One new photo, and I can pull that up and take a peek at it, and then share that. Bon Secours down in southern Mobile County, and I'll pull that up on WEX 05 real quick as soon as I can airplay that, and we'll take a peek at it.
All right.
Here, except that may yeah, we go, Drew. You got it right there behind you. This is some really impressive imagery there. All the industry down in southern Mobile County, lighting the underside of those clouds.
Yeah.
There, just kind of an awesome looking look there to the sky tonight in southern Mobile County. But I know a lot of people in Mobile County were had a lot of storm anxiety tonight as these storms rolled in, especially as all those tornado warnings were happening. And I was kind of walking, on social media tonight. We had a little extra time. We were able to talk to folks and, kind of step them through, what they do. This is, they get a lot of weather in Mobile County, but, not always tornadoes as much. And, they showing that concern, we were able to talk through, hey, this is that time of year. You have a way to get your warnings. You have a way to, to know what to do. If you live in manufactured homes, you have a plan. Do you have a place to go? You've got an hour or two now. Let's plan and prep, and it just reduces that anxiety. And you don't get scared. You get prepared, Drew. That's the biggest thing this time of year in Alabama.
No, absolutely, and I think. That's one of the things we're learning as we're building, we're learning as we go here with the network, and each event. I think we're getting better, and we're finding new ways to do things and new things that we can emphasize and focus on. So I think that is something that we want to do even more of, is to be able to interact with you all that are watching us, and we haven't been able to do that as much probably to this point. I think, but we're getting to the point now where we're starting to be able to do that more, and I think that's, like you said, I think that's super helpful for people who it kind of helps talk them through it and everything. So, we're here. We want to warn you about impending threats, but it also, we know that it can help sometimes just to be reassured that everything's going to be okay. So, and I think a lot of us who are meteorologists who are in this industry can understand that. Hey, Bill, you may want to throw it back over to links too real quick. But yeah, we understand it because we've kind of personally been through it, and with our own personal lives, and usually growing up and having some fear of the weather there. So, Bill, I think I just heard. So was that a watch cancellation, or was that?
Yeah, it's just these are the good news parts of our broadcast.
Good.
I think Drew and I were talking about how we could change that sound a little bit so that maybe it had more of a good news sound to it. But that is good news right there. Autauga, Lowndes, now and Autauga, Coosa, and Lowndes counties, you're clear from the watch.
Okay.
So
This very last severe thunderstorm at 2:30, and this might be the last warning. And so I think we'll wind down.
keep that thought, JP. We're going to hold you to that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems it's possible. I think there's been, part of the reason they've got the watch up is there's some expectation that, with the low-level jet potentially coming in, that it could maintain the possibility for a little bit longer. But hey, we'll all be rooting for it to not do that, and for this to be kind of the end of things here. And by the way, so I guess we're still, for that warning, we're going until 2:30. So we got about 22 minutes left on the warning. And I'll see here, I don't know if Mobile has made any. Okay, it looks like they're doing some comments on it. So a somewhat broad rotation near McKenzie there. I don't know if you were able to zoom in and kind of show exactly that. Assuming that may be, is that going to be up this area here?
Yes.
Because I can definitely see, obviously, a lot more lightning in that area. Definitely looks like that's the strongest circulation there near it. Industry. I don't know if I've got to get that right.
You're
James
saying
has
it
such a
right.
great way
That
of
is for
saying it.
sure.
I'll have to ask him again to run that past me again. But definitely near there to the southeast of Georgiana. We were talking about that earlier in southern Butler County in Industry. So it looks like
And
slightly
you see
more
the lightning count has really come up a little bit in the last 30 minutes.
A lot of those are the yellow lightning strikes, which are the positive strikes. In fact, there's more positive strikes than negative strikes, which you don't always see that all the time. And sometimes that can indicate some strengthening, or maybe sometimes the presence of hail could be indicated by that. I don't know if we've really seen that as much. There, maybe a little bit, but that's not anything close to some of the signatures we've seen in the last couple of weeks with some of the hailstorms we've seen. But looks like Morgan Berry is from the Weather Service is saying it's that circulation is slightly more prominent, but it's below warning criteria. They're watching it on the Mobile radar and some of the other radars. Again, we're kind of getting into an area where you're kind of between the Mobile radar and the Fort Rucker radar as well. And so they're kind of watching it from multiple angles, and they're monitoring it closely, but it doesn't look like they're not issuing any sort of any updates on it or any new warnings or anything on it at this point. Another thing I'll mention here, and again, we may want to, or we can just leave it on the radar here, I guess, for this part. So they did a mesoscale update, which basically is just kind of giving an analysis of the storm environment here. So I'm going to kind of read through that real quick, and then we can kind of talk about that. So it looks like it's basically, this is talking about the line that's had a history of some damaging winds, especially further back to the west. But obviously, we've seen a little bit of that. We've seen some trees down in Alabama as well. And so, again, it's talking about how the watch is being sort of shaved off from the back end of it as the storms pass. But the overall radar representation of the line has had some degradation outside of what, again, we've seen a little bit of an uptick here with this in southern Butler County at this point. But it looks like the thermodynamic and profiles still support a severe weather threat, basically, to the east of where we've got the line right now. And so because of that, it looks like, there's still some possibility for the next couple hours that we could see some additional severe weather. But again, the trend certainly looks to be going in the right direction at this point in most spots, with the exception being that we are seeing a little bit of an uptick there in that southern part of Butler County. So I guess if we can kind of take a look at that again, Bill, and maybe go back to the velocity, just be curious to see. Now that might look a little bit better. If we can kind of animate it real quick and just want to kind of see how it develops over time here. Yeah, it's looking a little bit broader, I would say, in the most recent scans. The lightning still has a good bit of it, but might be trying to kind of ramp back down just a little bit. And again, we continue to see that over the course of the nighttime here, or over the course of the afternoon through the evening into the nighttime, that things will be pulsing up and down. So don't really expect that trend to end anytime soon. That's going to probably be the way it is for the rest of the overnight period here. And I guess, it's the morning now. So for Thursday morning, we'll continue to see that here. And so again, we're going to continue to watch this. If you're in southern Butler County, if you're near Industry, if you're Okie Streak, Pigeon Creek, some of these areas, Leon further towards the east, again, just you are in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. We don't have a tornado warning for this, but definitely be a good idea to just, if you happen to be up, again, most people are going to be asleep at this point. And so, but if you happen to be up, just, make sure you're in a safe spot in your house. You're not near windows, things like that. And then you should be good to go. But again, we'll continue to watch this. But that looks like the most interesting part of that particular storm at this point there, Bill.
A little bit of a, looks to be a little cell merger. Might have happened.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely got our see it on our second ball. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that, see a few more lightning strikes there in Dozier. And yeah, let's go ahead and maybe take a little bit of a broader view, just kind of reset and see where we are with things as far as just the overall line that we have going here now. So again, if you happen to wake up, if you got a rogue lightning strike or anything like that, gust of wind that might have woken you up, let's just talk about kind of the overall situation here. So as of right now, it's 2:15 in the morning, and the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have is in South Alabama there. Again, moving from Conecuh County into the northern part of Covington County, southern Butler County, and into the southwestern part of Crenshaw County. And then as you move further to the north, there's a lot of the state that is in just rain. And so again, the Tennessee Valley, you've been in just rain, and you're chilly right now. You're generally sitting probably in the 40s. And so again, we would expect that, there's no issues there. You're completely behind the front. You're good. Down Birmingham, Gadsden, places like that, you're completely good. A little bit heavier rain as you move further towards the south. Demopolis, as you move down into that area. Montgomery, again, it's just kind of moved to the east of you, but you've still probably got some heavier rain around here and there. And so, again, those areas, most of the state now is clear, kind of in the all clear, where you've got just rain and no chance of thunderstorms anymore. But again, in the southeastern part of the state where the rain hasn't made it yet, where the storms haven't made it yet, you're still not completely clear yet. But again, things seem to be trending in the right direction as far as winding down. We're in the middle of the night, and again, there's still some possibility that we could see a nocturnal low-level jet that could increase a little bit over the next couple hours. That might help to keep some storm organization in the southeastern part of the state. We've got an upper-level short wave coming through that will also maybe help to kind of keep things intact for a little bit longer as well. But again, generally, it looks like we are doing pretty good across most of the state. And speaking of that, I don't know if it's something we could easily do to kind of click through. I'm kind of tempted to, let's see if we can get the looping cameras, or if you got temperatures that you can pull up, or Yeah, just be curious. Just kind of want to talk about how chilly it might have gotten in parts of the northern, or at least cool in parts of the northern part of the state. Okay, yeah. So temperatures right now, we've got some 40s already in the Tennessee Valley. So you can see it's 48 degrees right now in Huntsville. Same thing in Coleman. Hamilton's at 49. Looks like Florence is at 50, but you've got some 50s already. It's 58 in Birmingham. And then, as you move further to the south, we still got some 60s there, but and some 70s as you get down ahead of the front. So again, in the areas that have not seen the rain and storms yet, you're still generally in the low 70s, but then immediately back behind it, you're already dropping in the 60s. Basically, as soon as the rain gets there, as the storms move through, you're dropping into the 60s with that, and then the cooler air kind of continues to flow in behind that. And again, what we've at least were looking at as far as the forecast earlier today was that it was possible by the time we get to the next 4 or 5 hours from now that some of those areas in North Alabama could get down. They're in the upper 40s now. They could get, likely will get into the low 40s, and there might even be possible to get into the upper 30s in some of the northern counties for this morning. And then again, as we get into Friday morning, we're very certain that we're going to get into the 30s in the northern part of the state, and we might even have some frost in some areas. So certainly, especially compared to how mild it's been here recently, we'll have a nice cool down, which again, some people might not be happy with. I personally kind of like it to still get a little bit more cool air before we head straight into summer here in the next couple months. But yeah, that's so you definitely can see the evidence there of that front starting to come through there. Bill, did you have something? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's do that. Yep, absolutely. So are we looking at is it the HRRR or the Barron? HRRR, okay. Yeah, so let's kind of walk through that here. So so right about now, again, you can see it's representing things pretty well. We've got that heavy line, kind of the leading edge of the rain and thunderstorms, extending from kind of east central Alabama down through kind of state. Again, has just moved east of Montgomery, so it's a little bit further to the west there. We can go ahead and start kind of moving it forward to the east a little bit here. So just over the next few hours, again, you can still see that it's still showing the possibility that there could be some intense cells embedded within the line. So that's still possible for the next couple hours that we still see some of that. And it kind of maintains that as we continue into around the 4 o'clock time frame. But again, you can now start to see places like Andalusia getting in the 60s, Troy getting in the 60s, see those low 40s in the northern part of the state. So by the time we hit, let's go ahead and move to like maybe 6 or 7 o'clock, you can see maybe by 5 or so. Looks like now this latest run is starting to try to move the heaviest cells out right around, maybe between 5 and 6. We really kind of pushed that out, and then we have nothing but just leftover showers by 6 or 7 o'clock. So if we can get it out of here quicker, the quicker the better. And so looks like by the time we get to rush hour, there might just be a few lingering showers in kind of the eastern part of the state here and there. Still looks like the cloud cover is kind of hanging around for the early part of the morning. We'll see as we continue to push through here. Yeah, it looks like we continue to see some clearing as we get into the later morning and afternoon. So by the time we get to around lunchtime or a little bit after that, looks like most of the state is starting to clear out pretty well. And again, look at the temperatures. It'll be much cooler with 40s still, even in that kind of midday time frame, 50s across most of the state. So it will certainly be a much cooler day for tomorrow, but with a good bit of sunshine. And so that'll be something that will be, definitely a change again compared to what we've been here recently. You gonna pull up some wind gusts? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So this is is this current or forecast?
This is current.
Current. Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah. So it's an interesting kind of thing going on here because we're seeing some gusty winds right along the area where you've got the storms right now, kind of right along the front as it kind of is advancing through there. So you got gusts around 33 miles per hour in Greenville. Looks like close to 20 miles per hour in places like Troy and Andalusia, a little bit over 20 miles per hour in Montgomery. And then it looks like maybe a little bit of a kind of a lull in between. And then further to the north as the cool air coming in behind the cold front is starting to ramp up, you're getting some decent gusts there in that area where we're getting that cool air starting to move in, where you see gusts up to around 30 in Huntsville, 32 actually in Birmingham, and then 33 in Tuscaloosa, it looks like as well. So there's a lot of 20 and 30 mile per hour wind gusts in the northern part of the state as that cooler air mass is starting to come in. So yeah, I know. So I kind of missed this. We were in the middle of covering, warnings and stuff earlier. But Bill, didn't you mention that there was a wind advisory that was issued? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'll leave it right there for you for a second. I was going to look something up. Getting really late.
Yeah, I know.
Or maybe really early.
Yeah, we're right in that gray area where you're not really sure. I don't know. Actually, bump me back over to links 2 real quick.
Yeah, you need.
And then I don't remember what you told me. Yeah. That's okay. Let's see here. I'm kind of watching. Oh, okay. So one thing, just again, this was something we were looking at at cell up that's kind of starting to move into Georgia at this point. So just moved past Roanoke. So that was one we were kind of looking at earlier that had some kinks in it. But I did see, and again, there's no warnings on it, but did see a little shear marker there. That's just. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Whew. Well, I guess I need to get some caffeine in me here. So there's a little shear marker that just came through parts of Elmore County. Well, and I just heard something. Is that warning or watch cancellation? Severe thunderstorm warning? Okay.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Butler, Crenshaw, Conecuh, and Covington.
Okay, so is that the same? I guess that's just continuing the warning to the south, I guess. Okay, so they've kind of basically for the same, they've extended it a little bit further towards the north and extended also to the east a little bit more. So again, that looks like it now does. We talked about earlier that Luverne may have been a little bit north of that. It was north of where that original polygon was kind of showing things moving towards. But now you can see it's now it is included within this new polygon for this line segment right here. So again, this includes Luverne, Brantley, again in parts of Crenshaw County here, and then as we mentioned, Dozier, which we've had the camera down here, and we're seeing a good bit of lightning here, and I want to kind of continue to keep an eye on that camera because I can see the cloud base is a little bit there. Yeah, that's some pretty good shots with the lightning there as that's getting closer. Again, you can see there's Dozier right there. And again, we're kind of pointing back towards the storms. Again, we're still getting a good bit of lightning kind of in this area of the storm there, kind of west of Luverne. And then you've still got a little bit of lightning there back in the parts of southern Butler County and northern Covington County as well. But yes, nice little lightning show there that we're seeing on the Dozier camera. And you can see the temperature. Again, we're to the east and to the south of the front, so that it's at 73 degrees. Dew points are still in the upper 60s there. And we still have a southeasterly wind. We'll see, as we continue to watch this, as this moves through, it'll be interesting to kind of watch those observations change. Maybe we can kind of do that in real time as the storm's moving through there. But, I don't see anything. I don't think I'm seeing anything. The lightning is, obviously goes really quick. So it can be hard sometimes to really see if there's anything happening underneath the cloud bases. But I don't really Let me see. Oh, so sorry. See anything? I'm gonna have to get some coffee brewing here soon. But
I started the coffee maker.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah,
good,
so
good.
I'll have to
Perfect.
pop in a pod for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Got to look out for each other here, don't we? So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's trying to come out of the clouds or anything like that. But definitely you can see that there's a lot of lightning happening with that there. So we'll continue to watch that, and we'll watch those observations with a close eye as well. But the good thing, with this, and I think this makes sense because, again, we continue to not get reports that I've seen of any sort of damage necessarily in recent times with these storms. I feel like a lot of the tree damage and the trees down and things like that we heard about in Alabama were a good bit further back towards the west. I really haven't heard a whole lot with any sort of reports of impacts at the ground as it has continued to move further towards the east, even though we've continued to have severe thunderstorm warnings on these. I'm going to go back and I'm looking. This was from a little while back, but this was from the Weather Service in Mobile. And it basically was mentioning that the rotation had weakened previously, but there continues to be some organization. It weakens, it reorganizes, and so I think that's why they continue to reissue those warnings. And again, just to kind of look at this new warning itself, so it is set to go until 3:30. So again, that's that's an hour from now. I would think that it'll be pushing further to these fast enough that it hopefully would be clear of this area by about an hour from now. But again, that includes southeastern Butler County, southern Crenshaw County, east central Conecuh, and northern Covington County. And this is basically for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's a radar indicated type of warning here. So again, this includes places like Andalusia, Opp, and Luverne, Brantley, River Falls, Red Level, Rutledge, Dozier, Heath, Gant, and Glenwood. So if you're in any of those areas, still a good idea. Again, I know if you're awake, you're probably at home, but you might be at work. It's 2:29. It's middle of the night. If you happen to be having any plans to get out, if you were planning to leave earlier for whatever reason, or you're driving home from a shift or something like that, again, it would be good if you can to just hang out, stay put for a little bit if you're in these areas, and let the storm pass through before you try to get out in it. You don't want to be trying to drive in this. As we've mentioned, even though there hasn't been widespread damage and big impacts like that, there's still been some trees knocked down in some spots, and again, you don't want to be having to face a tree coming at you as you're driving on the roads. Obviously, this time of night when it's so dark, it'd be really hard. I mean, it's hard to avoid that kind of thing even when it's daylight, but you just have no way of even really knowing it's coming, given how dark it can be in that kind of situation there. So you definitely want to just kind of take those precautions if you're within those areas that we discussed there. But again, it's glad to see that we continue to not see any sort of big indications of there being any sort of damage with this. So this is more precautionary at this point for sure. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of continue to check through some of our chat channels here, both with the Weather Service and with our Sky Watchers. We'll pull the Sky Watchers back up here. And let's see if I've got anything there. And yeah, I don't see anything from our Sky Watchers from this particular storm. Let's see a little bit more video. Thank you, Bill. That's really helpful.
We have to keep you caffeinated.
Yeah, just the smell of it, I think, helps. So that hits the spot at 2:30 in the morning. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything from our Sky Watchers, and again, still not seeing any indications within the Weather Service chat either of any sort of additional damage reports with this. Let's see. I don't know, Bill, I know you've been getting my coffee, but I don't know if you've seen anything different, or if there's been anything on the socials or anything like that that would indicate anything otherwise.
No, all is quiet over on the socials. Just lots of questions about specific locations. We appreciate everyone engaging with us. This is great. About is it okay to go to bed? And we've tried to pass that information along as well as we could, Drew. It's definitely past most people's bedtimes tonight. But as James says, we'll sleep when we're dead.
Yeah. Well, and he's also said earlier too, just to reiterate it, if you've got a weather radio, you've got it set up, then and you know that it's set up to work and that it goes off whenever you get warnings, then you can certainly go to bed in that situation because those things are pretty loud, and as long as you've got it probably in the room that you're sleeping in, then you should be good to go because it's one of those type of things that'll likely wake you up and you'll have to go do something about it across the room. And even if it's right there next to you, it's so loud that it's hard to not be woken up by it. So yeah, if you've got that, if you've kind of prepared and you've got those layers of receiving a warning, then yeah, you can go ahead and go to sleep. You don't have to stay up all night. Now I know there's a lot of the people like us out there that just kind of do it for they stay up and watch it just because they're interested in it. Or there's probably an element of fear to it as well, that they just can't quite bring themselves to go to sleep until they know for sure that it's past them. So I get that as well, and I definitely understand that. I'm that way in a lot of ways when I'm not doing this, in front of the camera here. So definitely understand that. Now it looks like Dozier. I keep looking over there and just continuing to see lots of lightning there. So I guess we're basically starting to get the storms right there on top of Dozier at this point. So the lightning is definitely starting to, looks like it picking up in intensity, and not really able to see the cloud bases quite as much yet with those strikes. It's just been really bright, it looks like, here recently. But yeah, looking at that velocity, can you bring that back up again real quick,
Sure.
Bill? Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, yeah, there's a few little spins within there in spots, and you see some winds around 56 miles per hour or so, but this definitely doesn't look as menacing as what we've seen, especially as things were further back towards the west, and even some of the things that we've seen further to the north and then around the Chilton County areas and stuff where that storm was intensifying earlier. When you look at the hail tracker here, this when you see it look like this, where you've got these just little kind of splotches along the way, that generally indicates that there's some hail that was aloft in the storm somewhere. But generally, when I see this, I'm not too concerned that that's hail that's reaching the ground. So despite the fact that we got a lot of lightning with this, it doesn't look like it's got a big hail core. So it's, that's kind of interesting how sometimes, for sure, and we've seen this a decent amount in the last couple of weeks. Had the big hail day a couple of weeks ago where you had tons of lightning, lots of hail or big hail, more than what we typically see in Alabama. But you can certainly get plenty of lightning even if you don't have tons of hail reaching the ground. And so, and again, we probably see that. We see that a lot in the summertime as well, where you may not really be getting hail a lot, but you get tons of lightning in some of those summertime thunderstorms. So again, don't really think hail is the main thing here. We didn't really expect hail to be a threat for today. In fact, not sure I've seen, at least in Alabama, I'm not sure I've seen any reports of hail so far today that I can recall. So, decent chance that we're not really getting much of that happening. Now, this is a good thing to bring up here, Bill. See the rain totals there. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, a little over 1 inch per hour. These are 1 hour totals, which kind of tells you what's sort of falling instantaneously and leads you to believe what sort of chances you have for flooding. So you might see some ponding on roadways in these areas. If you're about to leave for work or getting ready to leave early. A lot of people leave early around Alabama, heading to their jobs. So if you do that, you may hit some ponding, and that can lead you to lose control of your car temporarily. And so slow down this morning, take it easy, leave a little early. and you know, especially in these areas right here. Not expecting major flash flooding problems, of course. We have, you know, significant drought conditions across a good bit of Alabama. So any rainfall right now is very, very welcome. Those are, you know, 1 hour totals right there, and you know, 12-hour totals across the state are, you know, fairly decent. Drew, we'll take them, you know, for sure. But you know, not anything that's going to break the drought. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, maybe if we can get enough of this during the next couple of months, you know, maybe we'll kind of chip away at it enough as we can get enough of them. But you know, want some nice weather in there too. But yeah, it'd be nice to kind of be able to make a little bit more of a dent there than what we have been. But at least it's better than not getting anything. And if we can get away with you know, March and April, these type of year, getting some rain without getting major severe weather, that's definitely that's kind of difficult to do a lot of times. So be happy if we can manage to do that somehow. I did want to mention, I do see a new update from the National Weather Service in Mobile. Not really an update, but they just mentioned that they're seeing some side lobe issues, which is some artifacts in the velocity with the storm approaching Brantley on the latest scan. So I assume that's be down in our warning here, which I guess we can go ahead and take another dive into that one there, Bill, and kind of see what the latest looks like there, and see if we can kind of see what they're talking about.
As I'm coming to you from the Fort Rucker radar, Drew, you let me know if you want to see it from any other angles here. But we'll go. I'll go storm relative velocity first here, and just let you see if you see anything that catches your attention.
Yeah, maybe kind of just play through it real quick, or just do a quick lapse. Okay, yeah, I think I see a few of those scans. Maybe not the latest scan, but it looks like you had a few scans where you had some. Yeah,
maybe right there.
Yeah, go back a little bit further too. There might be something up that way. But yeah, sometimes it's hard. It's hard to distinguish it. A lot of times it can be tricky. It can make you think that you're getting some really strong circulation, and you're not necessarily. So that's one of those things you have to kind of learn with a lot of experience there. But yeah, again, it looks like we're still getting some rotation with this, but not necessarily anything. And that may be what they were talking about there, where there was some. Well, that you know, it's kind of hard to say. That might have been something there. But it's very small, whatever it is.
Yeah, that was right about 2:33 a.m., 2:34.
Yeah, and then it looks like it kind of broadened out if that was something. So again, you just gotta continue to take your precautions. If you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, if you're in the polygon, if you're in Glenwood, Vidette, Goshen, you're not in the polygon yet. But the heavy thunderstorm activity is coming in your direction. So if you happen to be up and watching us here, I would go ahead and, again, just stay inside at this point. It's not a tornado warning, but we still would kind of recommend just to be inside of a decent structure. Don't be getting out and driving if you can avoid it for a little bit here. Yeah, just again, it's starting to look a little bit messier here in the most recent scans. And it looks like, we're about to start to get out of this polygon here.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a decision here pretty quickly about what they're going to do with Birmingham. So we'll have to keep an eye on what Birmingham's going to do as it gets over into that area.
Yeah, because
and they've already decided. They've issued a special weather statement.
So okay.
The Weather Service in Birmingham issuing a significant weather advisory for Pike, Southern Bullock, Montgomery, and southwestern Barber counties. So that answers that question.
Okay. Well, that is okay. I see it now, I think.
Yeah, that's Highway 331, a famous road, a road well traveled to the Northwest Florida beaches over the years. A road that was probably the favored route when I was a kid. if you were going to Panama City before 231 became a favored route. Now there's all sorts of routes. As James was mentioning, a different route earlier today. And
now it's just people just put it in their whatever GPS app they use on their phone and just let that guide them. Don't really know what road we're on. We just know where the app tells us to go.
But yeah, we've talked a lot over the years about Elba, about floods. You know, Emily is a huge help to me in producing weather history content, and there were 3 major floods there: 1990, 1994, 1998, and
see the
beautiful P
River Valley there and converging.
Yeah, that's one great thing about this great barren system that you're such a huge part of having created and maintained over the years, Drew. That geography that we see on these maps is so beautiful.
Yep,
it really helps us understand the lay of the land.
Definitely see why they have issues with, historically had issues with flooding. Which, again, speaking of that, I mean, you'll be getting some rain there in Elba here fairly soon, but I wouldn't expect necessarily any major flooding. We haven't really seen outside of those. We had a few of those flood advisories earlier up there in the Birmingham area and the Tuscaloosa area, but I haven't seen any flash flood warnings anywhere. So we haven't had enough training in one spot over multiple hours to actually trigger the criteria for flash flood warnings anywhere that I've seen so far. And I don't know if those flood advisories are still in effect up in the northern or up in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa at this point yet, Bill, or not. But
well, I will. I'll update your alerts categories here and show you everything I can show you, because I think that's all the flood advisories there, plus this wind advisory. So, JP, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that may be all of the hydrology and the wind.
So it looks like they